Hello friends, I've got some truly amazing stories for you today. Before we dive into today's video, check out some of your amazing comments. I really appreciate them. Don't forget to like, leave a comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. Thanks for your support. And now let's get started. The desert has a way of stripping people down to what matters. Out here in Great Basin National Park, Nevada, the land doesn't care about your problems or your past. I've watched it humble the arrogant and break the unprepared, claiming them bit by bit until there's nothing left but dust and bones. I'm Jack Blackhorn, guide to fools who think nature is something you can conquer with REI equipment and weekend warrior attitudes. 1984 was my 10th year leading expeditions through these parts. Being Shoshone, I've got the desert in my blood. Passed down through generations who understood this land isn't meant to be tamed, just survived. The September air carried that particular bite. Cold mornings followed by scorching afternoons that leave your skin tight and your throat parched. Perfect hiking weather, I told myself, ignoring the uneasiness that had been gnawing at me for weeks. Something felt off about the mountains lately. Nothing specific I could point to, just a feeling like the whole place was holding its breath. How much further to the first campsite? Lloyd Winchester adjusted his pack for the 12th time that morning, his red face glistening with sweat despite the moderate temperature. He was the largest of the group, pushing 50 with a banker's paunch poorly hidden beneath his expedition clothes. About 3 more miles, I replied, scanning the horizon. We'll hit Wheeler Peak's northeast trail before setting up. Behind Lloyd trudged the rest of my clients, Kevin Marsh, an accountant with a new camera and old knees, the Donovan brothers, Patrick and Scott, corporate lawyers who bickered constantly about which trail we should take, and Alan Riley, the quiet one who barely spoke but watched everything with careful eyes. 5 men playing at wilderness adventure, all of them woefully unprepared for what awaited. Thought this was supposed to be the intermediate trail, Scott Donovan complained, tugging at his collar. His brother Patrick rolled his eyes, already tired of the whining. It is, I said flatly. Advanced would have you crying by now. That shut him up. I wasn't paid to coddle them just to keep them alive, though even that simple task would prove beyond me before the week was through. We continued the ascent, moving through stands of ancient bristlecone pines that twisted toward the sky like arthritic fingers. These trees had stood sentinel for thousands of years, watching civilizations rise and fall while they clung stubbornly to life in the harshest conditions. I'd always found comfort in their resilience, their silent witness to human foolishness. Those trees creep me out, Kevin muttered, snapping photos nonetheless. Look like they're reaching for something. They're the oldest living things on Earth, I said. Some were saplings when the pyramids were built. That's exactly what I mean, unnatural. He shuddered, lowering his camera. I bit back a retort about what was truly unnatural in these mountains. City folk always brought their fears with them, projecting them onto the landscape. They never understood that the real dangers weren't the things they imagined lurking in shadows. They were the careless mistakes, the arrogance, the ignorance of their own limitations. By midday, we'd reached a high meadow that would serve as our first campsite. Golden grasses swayed in the breeze, bordered by a ragged line of pines that seemed to mark the boundary between 2 worlds. The mountain rose behind us, impassive and eternal. We'll set up here, I announced, dropping my pack. Water source is about 50 yards that way. Don't drink directly from it. Use the filters I showed you earlier. The men scattered, pitching tents with varying degrees of competence. Lloyd struggled with his poles, cursing under his breath as the fabric billowed uselessly in the wind. Need a hand? I asked, already moving to help. Got it, he snapped, pride wounded. After another minute of fumbling, he relented. Actually, yeah, this damn thing isn't cooperating. As I secured his tent, I noticed him rubbing his knee, wincing with each movement. You hurt yourself? Old football injury. Acts up sometimes, he waved dismissively. Nothing serious. I nodded, knowing better than to push. Men like Lloyd spent their lives hiding weakness, especially in front of other men. But a liability was a liability, no matter how much testosterone masked it. Let me know if it gets worse, I said. Mountain's not going anywhere. We can always head back. I didn't pay $2,000 to turn around because of a twinge, he scoffed. I'll be fine. That stubborn pride would cost him more than money before long. As evening approached, I built a small fire and prepared a simple meal of beans and jerky. The men gathered around, trading stories of previous adventures, each tale more exaggerated than the last. I listened silently, watching the flames dance and crack while shadows lengthened around us. "Jack, you must have some good stories," Patrick prompted, passing me a flask of whiskey. "Scariest thing you've seen out here?" I took a small sip, letting the burn settle in my chest before answering. "Mountains keep their secrets, and smart guides don't share the worst stories with clients." "Oh, come on," Lloyd pressed. "Give us something." "Bears? Mountain lions?" I stared into the fire. "There are things in these mountains older than the trees, older than the rocks themselves. Things that don't have names because no one who's seen them lived long enough to name them." Silence fell over the group. I could feel their eyes on me, waiting for the punchline, the reassurance that I was just spinning a campfire tale. But I offered none. "Well, that's cheerful," Kevin finally said with a nervous laugh. "Anyone want more beans?" The conversation shifted to safer topics, politics, sports, the women they'd left at home. But I noticed Alan watching me across the flames, his expression thoughtful, as if he alone had heard the truth beneath my words. That night, I lay awake in my tent listening to the wind whisper through the pines. It carried sounds that didn't belong, scraping, clicking noises that set my teeth on edge. Twice I rose to check the perimeter, finding nothing but moonlight and shadows. The third time I discovered strange tracks at the edge of our campsite, wide-splayed impressions with no clear pattern I recognized from any local wildlife. I covered them with dirt before anyone else could see. No sense causing panic, not yet, but I slipped my hunting knife from its sheath and kept it close as I finally drifted into uneasy sleep. Morning brought clear skies and a false sense of security. The men seemed refreshed, eager to push higher up the mountain. Only Lloyd lagged behind, his limp more pronounced than before. "We should consider splitting up," I suggested, eyeing his condition. "I can take Lloyd back down while the rest of you continue with the planned route." "Absolutely not," Lloyd protested, face flushing with anger. "I'm not the weakest link here." The Donovan brothers exchanged glances. "Maybe Jack's right," Patrick said carefully. "That knee looks bad." "It's fine," Lloyd insisted, shouldering his pack with visible effort. "Just need to warm it up." I should have put my foot down then. Should have insisted or even threatened to call off the whole expedition. The signs were all there. His injury, the strange tracks, the unnatural sounds in the night. Everything pointed to danger. But I needed the money. And 5 full-paying clients meant the difference between keeping my guiding business afloat or losing it all. So I nodded, against my better judgment. "Your call." "But we're taking it slow today." We pressed on, climbing steadily through thinning trees toward a ridge that would give us views across the entire basin. The landscape opened around us, vast and indifferent, a sea of sagebrush and stone stretching to distant mountain ranges. "My God, it's beautiful," Alan murmured, the first words he'd spoken all day. "Like standing on the edge of the world," I agreed, momentarily forgetting my unease. We continued along the ridge, the wind growing stronger with each step, whipping dust into our eyes and mouths. Ahead, a narrow path cut through a rock formation, leading to a hidden meadow I'd discovered years earlier. Not on any official maps, it was a private spot I saved for groups that deserved something special. "Single file through here," I called back, leading the way. "Watch your footing. Long way down if you slip." One by one, they followed me through the passage, emerging into a secluded valley cupped by granite walls. Unlike the dry terrain we'd traversed, this place held moisture, creating a small oasis of green grass and wildflowers. A spring bubbled from the rocks, feeding a small pool before disappearing underground. "How is this even possible?" Kevin wondered aloud, already snapping photos. "Underground water systems," I explained. "Whole network of them running beneath the basin. Creates pockets like this where you least expect them." We made camp early, giving Lloyd time to rest his knee. I set about teaching the men basic survival skills. How to find food, build shelters, navigate without compass or map. They absorbed the lessons with surprising enthusiasm, perhaps finally grasping how isolated we truly were. As sunset painted the sky in bruised purples and reds, I sensed a shift in the air, subtle but unmistakable. The birds fell silent. The insects ceased their constant chorus. Even the wind seemed to hold still as if waiting. "Is something wrong?" Alan asked quietly, noticing my tension. I shook my head. "Just checking the weather. Storms can form quickly up here." But there wasn't a cloud in sight, just darkness gathering in the corners of our small paradise. I busied myself with dinner preparations, trying to ignore the prickling sensation crawling up my neck. Years in these mountains had taught me to trust my instincts, and right now, every instinct screamed danger. Later, as the others slept, I sat by the dying embers of our fire, knife in hand, watching the shadows shift and move around our camp. Something was out there, circling, testing. I could feel its hunger, ancient and patient, stretching across the centuries like the twisted limbs of the bristlecone pines. Morning couldn't come fast enough. Dawn broke with merciful normalcy. Birds singing, dew glistening on grass, the gentle sounds of men stirring from sleep. I dozed fitfully, startling awake at every noise, but nothing had approached our camp during the night. At least nothing I could see. Lloyd emerged from his tent looking worse than before, dark circles under his eyes, his movements stiff and pained. He caught me watching and straightened, forcing a smile. "Sleep well?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "Like a baby," he lied. "Ready for whatever you've got planned today?" I nodded, not bothering to challenge him. His pride wouldn't allow him to admit weakness, but reality would catch up eventually. It always did out here. After a quick breakfast, we packed up camp and continued our journey, aiming for a high meadow known for its panoramic views. The terrain grew steeper, rockier, demanding more from already tired muscles. Lloyd fell behind almost immediately, his breathing labored, sweat pouring down his face despite the cool morning air. "Take 5, I called, noticing the others pulling ahead. "Drink water, check for blisters." The Donovan brothers dropped their packs with relief while Kevin busied himself photographing a hawk circling overhead. Alan stood apart, surveying the landscape with that same quiet intensity. Something about his watchfulness bothered me, like he knew more than he let on. "You've been here before," I said, not a question. He turned, surprised. "What makes you say that?" "Way you move. Way you watch. This isn't new to you." A slight smile touched his lips. "Used to come camping with my father. Different part of the basin, but similar terrain. He taught me to respect the wilderness." "Smart man." Alan's expression darkened. "He disappeared on a solo hike when I was 15. Search parties found his equipment, but never him. That was 20 years ago." My stomach tightened. "I'm sorry," he shrugged. "Part of why I came back. Closure, I guess." Before I could respond, Lloyd caught up, collapsing onto a boulder with a grunt of pain. His face had gone from red to gray, a sheen of sweat making his skin look waxy and artificial. "That's it," I said firmly. "You're done. We need to get you back down." For once, he didn't argue. "Just need to catch my breath." Patrick joined us, concern etched on his face. "Maybe we should all head back." "This was supposed to be fun, not a death march." "No," Lloyd protested. "You guys keep going. Jack can take me back to the ranger station, and you can continue with the original plan." I shook my head. "Doesn't work that way. I'm not leaving 4 inexperienced hikers alone in these mountains." "We're not exactly helpless," Scott interjected, bristling. "Experience isn't about skill," I replied. "It's about respect. These mountains will kill you without a second thought if you make a mistake." The argument might have continued, but a distant sound stopped us all mid-breath, a low, undulating howl that echoed across the valley. "Not a wolf or coyote, not any animal I recognized. What the hell was that?" Kevin whispered, lowering his camera. "Mountain acoustics," I lied, scanning the horizon. "Sound carries strangely up here. Probably just a coyote down in the valley." None of them believed me. I could see it in their eyes, the first real flicker of fear. "Good, fear would keep them alert. Let's keep moving," I said. "I know a spot about a mile ahead where we can make camp early. Give Lloyd's knee a proper rest." We continued more slowly, keeping closer formation now. The trail wound through a stand of aspen trees, their leaves trembling in the breeze like thousands of nervous hands. Shadows dappled the ground, creating illusions of movement at the corner of my vision. Every few minutes I'd turn sharply, certain I'd caught sight of something following us, only to find nothing but trees and rocks. By noon, we'd reached the high meadow I'd promised. Unlike the sheltered oasis of the previous night, this one stretched wide and open, blanketed in low grasses and dotted with wildflowers. Perfect for making camp, with clear sightlines in all directions and plenty of flat ground. "We'll stop here," I announced, dropping my pack. "Lloyd, get that knee elevated. Kevin, you and the Donovans gather firewood. Alan, help me set up a perimeter." They moved with new purpose, the earlier complaint gone from their actions. Nothing focuses the mind like unexplained sounds in the wilderness. As Alan and I walked the edge of the meadow, marking our boundaries with small stone piles, I noticed him examining the ground. Looking for something? I asked. He hesitated. Tracks. When my father disappeared, the rangers found unusual prints near his campsite. Not animal, not human. Never identified. A chill ran through me despite the afternoon heat. What kind of prints? Wide splayed. Almost hand-like, but with long claws. 5 digits unnaturally spread. He demonstrated with his fingers. Rangers said it was probably bears overlapping each other's tracks, but my father was an experienced outdoorsman. He wouldn't have camped where bears were active. The description matched exactly what I'd seen at our first campsite. I considered telling him, then thought better of it. No use feeding his fears or confirming my own. Lot of unusual wildlife in these parts, I said non-committally. Best to be cautious. By late afternoon, we'd established a comfortable camp. Lloyd rested with his knee wrapped and elevated, while the others organized their gear and prepared for the night ahead. I built a fire pit in the center of the meadow, larger than necessary, positioning it to cast light in all directions. Planning a bonfire? Patrick asked, watching me stack kindling. Nights get cold up here, I replied. Better to have too much than too little. In truth, I wanted as much light as possible. Whatever had made that sound earlier, whatever had left those tracks, I didn't want it approaching unseen. As dusk fell, we gathered around the roaring fire, eating our rations in uncomfortable silence. The usual banter had died, replaced by vigilant glances toward the tree line. Even Lloyd seemed subdued. His earlier bravado evaporated with the setting sun. So, Kevin finally spoke. Anyone want to address the elephant in the room? What was that howl we heard? I poked at the fire, buying time. Could have been any number of things. Wind through rock formations, distant machinery from mining operations, wildlife. Bullshit, Scott said flatly. You've been on edge since we started this trip. What aren't you telling us? 5 pairs of eyes fixed on me, waiting. I sighed, knowing I owed them something closer to truth. These mountains have stories, I began slowly. Local legends about something that lives in the remote areas. Not quite animal, not quite something else. Hunters disappear sometimes. Hikers too. Most are found eventually. Equipment scattered, bodies. I paused. Bodies usually show signs of animal predation. Usually? Patrick pressed. Sometimes they're never found at all, I admitted. Or found in ways that don't make sense. Hanging from trees. Wedged into rock crevices too narrow for a human to enter willingly. That's just wilderness hazards, Kevin argued. But his voice lacked conviction. People fall, animals scavenge. I nodded. Probably. That's what the rangers always say. But you don't believe it, Alan said quietly. I met his gaze across the fire. I believe these mountains are older than human memory. I believe there are things out here we don't understand and never will. And I believe in being prepared for anything. Silence fell again, heavier than before. The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the darkening sky. Beyond our circle of light, the world had disappeared into blackness. We should take watches tonight, Lloyd suggested, his earlier skepticism gone, 2 hours each rotating. I nodded approval. Good idea. I'll take first watch, then Kevin, Patrick, Scott, and Alan. Lloyd, you rest that knee. He started to protest, then thought better of it. Wake me if anything happens. As the others retired to their tents, I positioned myself at the edge of the firelight, facing the darkest part of the meadow. The night pressed in around us, alive with sounds both familiar and strange. The hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the grass, and occasionally, distantly, that same unnatural howl. Hours passed without incident. I woke Kevin for his watch, then crawled into my tent, knife still clutched in my hand. Despite my exhaustion, sleep came in fragments, broken by half-heard noises and the persistent feeling of being watched. I awoke suddenly to Lloyd's voice, strained with excitement or fear, calling from outside, "Jack, get out here, quick!" I burst from my tent, knife ready, to find Lloyd standing at the edge of our camp, pointing toward the tree line. The others were already awake, clustered behind him, faces pale in the dying firelight. There, just where the meadow met the forest, stood a shape too large to be any mountain cat, too low and broad to be a bear. My breath caught in my throat as I took in its appearance. A body covered in coarse, matted fur, gray and greasy, with patches missing as if torn out in clumps. Its limbs bent at odd angles, jointed wrong like a dog's legs broken and reset by someone with no knowledge of anatomy. But the head, that was the real horror. It hung low, almost grazing the ground as the creature moved, its jaw unnaturally elongated, filled with jagged teeth that protruded at random angles. The mouth stretched wide, splitting the face almost to where ears should have been. Even from a distance I could smell it, a thick cloying stench of decay and wet fur that made my stomach churn. "Nobody move," I whispered, raising my hand slowly. "Don't run. Don't shout." But Lloyd, overcome by panic or foolish courage, took a stumbling step backward. A dry branch snapped beneath his foot, the sound like a gunshot in the pre-dawn quiet. The creature's head jerked up, revealing eyes that reflected the firelight like polished obsidian. For one breathless moment, everything froze. The creature, us, even the wind seemed to still. Then it sprang forward, a blur of motion too fast to track, charging directly toward us. "Run!" I shouted, pushing the nearest man toward the rock formation at the far end of the meadow. "Get to the rocks!" They scattered, grabbing whatever lay nearest, packs, walking sticks, anything. All except Lloyd, who stood paralyzed, face contorted in terror as the creature closed the distance between them. I lunged toward him, grabbing his arm. "Move, damn it!" He stumbled forward, but his injured knee buckled beneath him. He fell heavily, landing flat on his back with a pained cry. The others had already reached the rocks, diving behind the largest boulders. "Help him!" Scott shouted, his voice thin with fear. But it was too late. The creature reached Lloyd before I could pull him to his feet. It pounced with terrible precision, jaws closing around his shoulder with an audible crunch. Lloyd screamed, a high piercing sound that cut through the dawn air like a knife as the creature shook him violently. I stood frozen, knife in hand, knowing I should help but unable to make my body move. The thing was larger up close, its matted fur revealing patches of grayish skin beneath, scarred and lesioned like something diseased. Lloyd's screams turned wet, gurgling as blood filled his throat. "Run," he choked out, eyes locked on mine. "Not part of the plan. Run." His strange choice of words barely registered as survival instinct finally kicked in. I backed away slowly, then turned and sprinted toward the rocks where the others waited. Behind me, Lloyd's screams abruptly stopped, replaced by the wet, tearing sounds of feeding. I reached the outcropping, herding the shock-frozen men deeper into the maze of boulders. We crouched in silence, panting, ears straining for any sound of pursuit. Kevin retched quietly, tears streaming down his face. The Donovan brothers clung to each other, their earlier bickering forgotten in the face of shared terror. Alan alone maintained a semblance of composure, though his hands trembled as he clutched a sharp stone he'd picked up as a makeshift weapon. "What the hell was that thing?" Patrick finally whispered, voice barely audible. I shook my head. "I don't know. I swallowed hard. I've heard stories, but never seen anything like it." "We have to help Lloyd," Scott insisted, though his tone suggested he already knew the truth. "Lloyd's gone," I said flatly. "And we will be too if we don't move." "Move where?" Kevin demanded. "That thing is between us and the trail back." I closed my eyes, picturing the terrain. "There's another way down the mountain. Eastern slope, steeper but passable. If we can reach the tree line before dark, we might make it to the ranger station by morning." "Might?" Scott echoed. "Better odds than staying here," I replied grimly. We gathered what little we had. A canteen, Kevin's camera bag with some energy bars inside, my knife. Everything else remained at the campsite, abandoned in our flight. "Stay close," I instructed. "Single file. Move as quietly as possible." We emerged from the rocks cautiously, scanning the meadow. The creature was gone, along with Lloyd. Only a dark stain on the grass remained where he had fallen. Our campsite looked eerily normal in the growing light. Tent still standing, gear scattered but largely intact. Fire smoldering. "Should we try to get our packs?" Kevin asked. I shook my head. "Too risky. That thing could be watching, waiting for us to return." We skirted the edge of the meadow, keeping to the deepest shadows, moving as quietly as our fear-clumsy bodies allowed. Every snapping twig, every rustling leaf made us freeze, hearts pounding. But nothing pursued us. At least nothing we could see. As we reached the far side of the meadow, I glanced back one last time. There, standing in the center of our abandoned camp, was the creature. It had Lloyd's body clutched in its jaws, dragging it toward the tree line like a trophy, or a meal saved for later. It paused, seeming to look directly at us, and I swear I saw something like intelligence in those obsidian eyes. Not animal cunning, but awareness, cold. Calculating awareness that chilled me more deeply than any primal fear. Then it was gone, vanishing into the trees with its grisly burden. "It's taking him somewhere," Alan murmured, following my gaze. "Don't think about it," I advised. "Just move." And we did, pushing deeper into the wilderness, away from the trail and safety, toward our only chance of survival. The eastern slope proved more treacherous than I remembered. Years of erosion had carved new gullies into the mountainside, creating unstable ground that shifted beneath our feet with each step. We moved slowly, clinging to exposed roots and rock outcroppings, the valley floor seeming impossibly distant below. No one spoke. The shock of what we'd witnessed had rendered even the talkative Donovan brothers silent. Only the sound of our labored breathing and the occasional cascade of dislodged pebbles accompanied our descent. By midday, the sun beat down mercilessly, dehydration becoming our most immediate concern. The single canteen we'd salvaged was nearly empty, and the terrain offered no obvious water sources. "We need to find water," I announced, pausing on a narrow ledge. "There should be a seasonal creek through that ravine." I pointed toward a line of greener vegetation cutting across the slope about half a mile ahead. Getting there would mean traversing an exposed section of scree, loose rock with no stable handholds. "Is there another way?" Patrick asked, eyeing the treacherous passage. I shook my head. "Not unless we backtrack and add hours to our journey." "We should keep moving then," Alan said decisively. "Dehydration will kill us faster than that slope." We continued our descent, each step more cautious than the last. The scree field loomed closer, a river of broken stone waiting to carry us over the edge if we misjudged our footing. As we reached its edge, I gathered the group for final instructions. "Move diagonally, not straight down. Plant your heel firmly with each step. If you start sliding, sit down immediately. Better a bruised tailbone than going over the edge." They nodded grimly, faces streaked with dirt and dried sweat. One by one, we began crossing the treacherous slope, testing each foothold before committing our weight. The rocks shifted and slid beneath us, setting off small avalanches that disappeared over the drop-off below. Kevin went first after me, clutching his camera bag to his chest like a talisman. Halfway across, his foot slipped, sending him sliding several feet before he managed to arrest his fall by digging his fingers into the loose stones. "I'm okay," he called shakily, pulling himself back to a sitting position. "Just lost my balance." The others watched with renewed apprehension as he resumed his crossing, moving with exaggerated care. Patrick followed, then Scott, both making it across without incident. Alan came last, his movements deliberate and efficient, betraying his greater experience in rugged terrain. We reached the ravine exhausted but intact, finding the promised creek, little more than a trickle between moss-covered rocks, but enough to refill our canteen and cool our parched throats. "How much further to the ranger station?" Scott asked, splashing water on his face. I studied the terrain ahead. "Still about 15 miles. We won't make it before dark. So we camp again?" Patrick's voice held an edge of panic. "After what happened to Lloyd?" "We don't have a choice," I replied. "Can't navigate these slopes in darkness. We'll find defensible ground, build a fire." "Will fire stop that thing?" Kevin asked. I wished I could offer certainty. "Most predators avoid fire. It's our best option." We rested by the creek longer than was prudent, our bodies demanding recovery time our situation couldn't afford. The sun began its westward slide, shadows lengthening across the mountainside. We needed to find shelter before darkness fell completely. There, Alan pointed to a rocky overhang about a quarter-mile downstream. "Natural shelter only approachable from one direction." I nodded approval. "Good eye." We made our way to the overhang, a shallow cave formed by ancient water erosion. Its ceiling was low, forcing us to crouch, but the rock walls offered protection on 3 sides, with a clear view of the slope before us. Perfect for a defensive position, assuming what hunted us approached from a direction we could see. Working quickly, we gathered what fuel we could find. Fallen branches, dried grass, anything that would burn. The light was fading rapidly, the temperature dropping with it. Soon the only illumination came from our small fire, casting flickering shadows that seemed to dance with malevolent purpose across the rock walls. We huddled close to the flames, sharing the meager rations from Kevin's camera bag. 2 energy bars split 5 ways, barely enough to dull the edge of hunger. No one complained. Food was the least of our concerns. "Should we take watches again?" Patrick asked, eyes constantly darting to the darkness beyond our shelter. Yes, I agreed. Same rotation as before. I'll take first watch, Alan volunteered. I'm not sleeping anyway. I hesitated, then nodded. His calm had held steady through the day's ordeals, and I desperately needed rest if I was to lead them safely through another day. Wake me in 2 hours, I instructed. Settling into a relatively flat spot near the back wall, sleep came more quickly than I expected, exhaustion overwhelming even the fear that had kept me alert for so long. I dreamed of running, endless running through darkness, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel. Its breath on my neck, its presence like a physical weight pressing down on my chest. Alan's hand on my shoulder jolted me awake, heart racing. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was or why panic coursed through my veins. Then reality crashed back, the creature Lloyd, our desperate flight down the mountain. Your watch, Alan whispered. All quiet so far. I sat up, rubbing my eyes.
How long was I out?
About 3 hours. You needed it. I should have been angry at him for letting me oversleep, but gratitude won out. Thanks. Get some rest. He moved to the back of our shelter, curling into a tight ball like a man accustomed to sleeping in uncomfortable places. Within minutes, his breathing had steadied into the rhythm of sleep. I positioned myself at the mouth of our shallow cave, knife in hand, staring into darkness so complete it seemed solid. The fire had burned low, casting just enough light to illuminate the immediate area around our shelter. Beyond that lay absolute blackness, hiding whatever might be watching us. The night sounds were normal at first, the rustle of wind through scrub brush, the distant call of a nighthawk, the gentle gurgle of the creek. But as the hours passed, those familiar sounds began to fade, replaced by an unnatural silence that pressed against my eardrums like physical pressure. Something was out there, moving through the night. I couldn't see it or hear it, but I could feel its presence. A malevolent awareness that seemed to probe the edges of our firelight, testing, searching for weakness. A soft scraping sound from above made me freeze. Pebbles dislodged from the overhang, pattering down outside our shelter. I held my breath, gripping the knife so tightly my knuckles ached. More scraping, deliberate now, followed by a low, wet breathing sound that raised the hair on my arms. It was on the roof of our shelter, separated from us by mere feet of rock. I wanted to wake the others but feared any sound might trigger an attack, so I sat motionless, barely breathing, as the thing above us moved with slow, purposeful steps. The scraping continued for what felt like hours, occasionally punctuated by that same wet breathing and, once, a low growl that seemed to vibrate through the stone itself. Then, abruptly, silence returned. I waited, straining to hear any indication of the creature's location, but detected nothing. Had it left? Or was it simply waiting, watching from a new position? As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky in pale gray light, I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. Whatever had visited during the night appeared to have moved on. I woke the others, keeping my voice low as I described what I'd heard. It was right above us? Kevin whispered, horror etched on his face. Why didn't it attack? I don't know, I admitted. Maybe the fire kept it at bay. Maybe it's just toying with us. Toying with us? Scott echoed incredulously. It's an animal, not a serial killer. Alan shook his head. We don't know what it is, and that's what scares me most. We broke camp quickly, eager to put distance between ourselves and the place where the creature had found us. The morning air felt clean and promising, the horrors of the previous day slightly diminished in daylight. But as we prepared to continue our descent, Patrick made a discovery that shattered our fragile calm. Look at this, he called, standing at the edge of the overhang. On the ground. We gathered around, staring down at what he'd found. There, pressed into the soft earth, was a perfect handprint, except it wasn't human. 5 digits splayed unnaturally wide, ending in curved indentations where claws had pressed into the soil. The palm was broader than any man's, with strange callus patterns visible in the impression. That matches what I told you, Alan said quietly. The prints they found near my father's camp, I felt sick. Whatever hunted us was the same thing that had taken Alan's father 20 years ago. It had been here all along, preying on those who ventured too deep into its territory. We need to move, I said, turning away from the print. Now. We continued our descent with renewed urgency, pushing tired muscles beyond their limits. The terrain grew slightly less treacherous as we lost elevation, transitioning from bare rock to scattered pine forest. Under different circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Sunlight filtering through branches, the sweet scent of pine resin, distant views of the valley below. Now it just offered too many places for something to hide. By mid-morning, we'd reached a gentler slope where an old logging road cut across the mountainside. The sight of this human-made feature, however abandoned, lifted our spirits considerably. "This will lead to the main Forest Service road," I explained. "Might save us hours." We followed the rutted track, moving faster than before on the relatively even ground. For the first time since fleeing our camp, the ranger station seemed like a realistic destination rather than a desperate hope. Then Kevin, walking point, suddenly stopped. "What's that?" About 50 yards ahead, something hung from a pine branch overhanging the road. Something that swayed slightly in the breeze, creating an intermittent shadow on the ground below. We approached cautiously, dread building with each step. As we drew closer, the shape resolved into horrific clarity. A human body, suspended by what appeared to be its own intestines, wrapped around the branch, hanging face down about 7 feet above the ground. The corpse was female, its flesh shredded and mangled, head twisted at an impossible angle. Kevin turned away, vomiting into the underbrush. The Donovan brothers stood frozen in horror. Only Alan moved forward, studying the grisly display with clinical detachment that seemed born of shock rather than callousness. "How long has she been here?" he asked, voice hollow. I forced myself to look more closely, fighting back nausea. "Not long. Day, maybe 2 at most. We need to get her down," Patrick insisted. "We can't just leave her like this." "We don't have time," I countered, hating the coldness of my own words. "And we don't have any way to bury her. Best we can do is report this when we reach the station." "At least cut her down," Scott argued. "This is inhuman." I hesitated, then nodded. "Stand back." Using a fallen branch to reach the bloody knot of tissue securing her to the tree, I managed to release the body. It fell heavily to the ground, landing with a sickening thud that would haunt my dreams for years to come. We laid her as respectfully as possible beside the road, covering her face with a bandana from Kevin's pocket. No one spoke as we continued our journey. What words could possibly address what we'd seen? This wasn't just an animal attack. It was something else. Something that killed not just for food or territory, but for reasons beyond human understanding. By late afternoon, exhaustion had claimed us all. We moved mechanically, putting one foot in front of the other through sheer force of will. The logging road had deteriorated, forcing us to navigate through dense underbrush that tore at our clothing and skin. Still, we pressed on, driven by the need to escape this mountain and the horror that called it home. As daylight began to fade, we faced another night in the wilderness, another opportunity for the creature to find us. This time, however, luck was with us. The road widened, revealing a small clearing with a dilapidated structure. An old Forest Service cabin, long abandoned but still standing. "Shelter," I said, relief flooding through me, "and walls." We approached cautiously, wary of what might already occupy such a perfect refuge. The cabin was simple. One room with a stone fireplace, shuttered windows, and a door hanging precariously from rusted hinges. But it was solid, built to withstand mountain winters and provide safety for rangers caught in storms. Patrick and Scott secured the door while Alan and I gathered firewood. Kevin, still shaken from discovering the woman's body, sat in numb silence, staring at nothing. Within an hour, we had a fire blazing in the fireplace, the cabin's interior illuminated and warming for the first time in years. "How much further to the ranger station?" Scott asked, huddled close to the flames. "If we start at first light, we should reach it by mid-afternoon," I replied, assuming nothing delays us. No one acknowledged the implicit threat in those words. We'd seen what hunted us, seen what it did to Lloyd and the unnamed woman. Each of us silently calculated our chances of surviving another day in its territory. As darkness fell completely, we barricaded the door with what furniture remained in the cabin. A rickety table, a collapsed shelf. Anything to create noise if something tried to enter. The windows were more problematic, their shutters rotted and frail, but we reinforced them as best we could with branches wedged into the frames. "Same watch schedule?" Patrick asked. I nodded. "I'll take first this time," no one argued. They settled onto the dusty floor, using their arms as pillows, exhaustion quickly pulling them into restless sleep. I positioned myself by the fireplace, feeding it periodically to maintain both light and warmth. The night deepened around our small haven, the forest outside coming alive with sounds both natural and other. Twice I heard that distinctive howl, closer than before, followed by silence so complete it seemed as if the entire mountain held its breath. During Patrick's watch, a scratching sound at the nearest window made us all wake instantly. Bodies tense with fear, the brittle shutter quivered, dust falling from its frame as something pressed against it from outside. "Don't move," I whispered, reaching for my knife. The scratching continued, more insistent now, accompanied by that wet breathing sound I'd heard the previous night. The shutter began to splinter, thin cracks appearing in the ancient wood. Patrick backed away, joining the rest of us against the far wall. Then abruptly the pressure stopped. Silence returned, broken only by our rapid breathing and the soft crackle of the fire. We waited, muscles cramping from tension, but the creature didn't return. Eventually, exhaustion reclaimed those not on watch, though their sleep was fitful, punctuated by twitches and soft moans. Dawn arrived without further incident, gray light filtering through the damaged shutter. We dismantled our barricade in silence, each lost in private thoughts about what the day might bring. As Scott pulled aside the broken shutter to let in more light, he gasped, "Jack, you need to see this." I joined him at the window. There, scratched into the outer wall beside the window frame, was a crude symbol, a circle bisected by a vertical line, with 5 short lines radiating from its lower half. It meant nothing to me, but its presence sent ice through my veins. This was no random marking. It was deliberate communication. "It's marking the cabin," Alan said from behind me, "like a hunter marking territory." "Or tagging prey," I added grimly. We left the cabin as quickly as possible, not bothering with the pretense of breakfast. The Forest Service road continued downslope, occasionally visible through breaks in the vegetation. According to my mental map, it should eventually connect with the main access road leading to the ranger station. The day wore on, each step bringing us closer to safety but draining what little energy remained in our battered bodies. We'd had almost no food for 2 days, minimal water, and sleep interrupted by terror. Even Alan, the most physically capable of the group, moved with the stiffness of exhaustion. Around noon, we reached a fork in the road. One branch continued downward, following the natural contour of the mountain. The other cut horizontally across the slope, disappearing into dense forest. "Which way?" Kevin asked, the first words he'd spoken since finding the woman's body. I studied both options, uncertainty gnawing at me. The downward path seemed logical. The ranger station lay at the mountain's base, but something about it felt wrong. The horizontal path, while not obviously leading downward, stirred a vague memory. "This way," I decided, pointing to the horizontal path. "It's an old fire break. Should connect with the main road about 2 miles ahead." They followed without question, too tired for debate. The path narrowed as we progressed, branches encroaching from both sides, forcing us to walk single file. The forest grew denser, blocking most sunlight and creating a premature twilight beneath the canopy. We'd gone perhaps a mile when Scott, walking second in line, suddenly stopped. "Do you smell that?" I paused, inhaling deeply. A faint scent carried on the breeze. Not the clean pine and earth smells of the forest, but something sickly sweet with an undertone of rot. "Something familiar, it's here," I whispered, scanning the trees. "Spread out. Back to back. Don't let it isolate you." We formed a tight circle, facing outward, straining to locate the source of that telltale odor. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, carried by shifting air currents that confused our senses. "There," Kevin pointed to a gap between 2 massive pines, where a shadow seemed to move independently of the trees. We turned as one, watching as the creature emerged from the darkness with deliberate slowness. In daylight, its wrongness was even more apparent. The malformed limbs, the patchy fur revealing diseased skin beneath, the head that seemed too large and oddly shaped for its body. It moved with a hitching gait, as if perpetually off balance yet perfectly controlled. "Don't run," I hissed. "Stand your ground." The thing stopped about 30 feet away, regarding us with those obsidian eyes. Its mouth hung open slightly, revealing teeth like jagged glass, wetness glistening on its extended tongue. It made no sound, no movement, simply watched with terrible intelligence. Then it did something none of us expected. It raised one misshapen limb and drew in the dirt, the same symbol we'd seen on the cabin wall. Circle, line 5 radiating marks. It's trying to communicate, Alan breathed. Or toying with us, I countered. Stay focused. The creature finished its drawing and looked up, head tilting at an impossible angle. Then it took a single step forward. Back away slowly, I instructed. Keep facing it. We retreated in unison, maintaining our circular formation. The creature matched our pace, advancing one careful step for each of our retreating ones. It seemed to be herding us, guiding our movement rather than rushing to attack. It's driving us somewhere, Alan murmured. I realized he was right. The creature wasn't trying to catch us, it was directing our path, pushing us away from the trail we'd been following. But why? The answer came moments later as Patrick, continuing to back away, suddenly cried out. His foot had caught on an exposed root, sending him sprawling backward. As he fell, the ground beneath him collapsed, revealing a concealed pit at least 10 feet deep. He vanished with a terrified scream followed by a sickening thud. Patrick! Scott lunged toward the pit, but I grabbed his arm. Wait, it's a trap. The creature had stopped advancing, watching us with what almost appeared to be satisfaction. As we stared in horror, it made a sound, not a growl or howl, but a series of clicking noises followed by a wheezing exhalation that chilled my blood. It was laughing. Help me. Patrick's voice drifted up from the pit, weak and pain-filled. I think my leg's broken. Scott wrenched free of my grip. We have to get him out. It's what that thing wants, I warned. It dug this trap. I don't care, Scott snapped. He's my brother. He approached the pit carefully, testing the ground before each step. The creature made no move to stop him, continuing its eerie observation. When Scott reached the edge, he dropped to his stomach, distributing his weight to prevent further collapse, and peered down. Pat, can you see me? Yeah, came the faint reply. It's bad, Scott, real bad. I glanced at the creature, which remained motionless, then at Kevin and Alan. We need a rope. Kevin shook his head. We don't have one. Then branches, I decided. Long ones. We can make a ladder or at least give him something to grab. Alan nodded, moving cautiously toward the nearest fallen tree. The creature's head swiveled to track his movement, but still made no aggressive motion. This passivity unsettled me more than an attack would have. It was watching us struggle, observing our response to its trap with clinical interest. Working quickly, we gathered several long branches and began lowering them into the pit. Scott called constant encouragement to his brother, voice strained with effort to sound calmer than he felt. Grab on, Pat. We'll pull you up. A weak groan was the only response. Then I can't. My arms won't work right. Scott looked at me desperately. One of us needs to go down there. Before I could respond, a new sound froze us all in place. The same howl we'd heard before, but coming from behind us, deeper in the forest. The creature by the trail raised its misshapen head, answering with its own call. There's more than one, Kevin whispered, face draining of color. The realization hit us all simultaneously. We weren't being hunted by a single predator. We were in the territory of a pack. Scott, I said urgently, we need to go. Now. I'm not leaving him. Scott shouted. As if in response to his outburst, the creature by the trail suddenly charged. Not at us, but into the forest where the answering call had come from. It vanished between the trees with shocking speed, leaving us momentarily alone. This is our chance, I urged. We can come back with proper rescue equipment. He'll be dead by then, Scott retorted, already lowering himself into the pit using the branches we'd gathered. I wanted to stop him, to force him to see reason, but the determination in his eyes told me it would be futile. Besides, he was right. Leaving Patrick meant certain death for him. Kevin, Allen, keep watch, I instructed, joining Scott at the pit's edge. Shout if you see or hear anything. Together, Scott and I created a makeshift rope ladder from intertwined branches, securing it to a nearby tree stump. Scott descended first, moving carefully to avoid dislodging dirt onto his injured brother. I followed, knife between my teeth, every sense alert for the creature's return. The pit was deeper than it had appeared from above, its sides deliberately sloped to prevent escape. At the bottom lay Patrick, his right leg bent at an unnatural angle, face gray with shock and pain. Blood pooled beneath him, soaking into the earth. Hey, buddy, Scott said gently, kneeling beside him. We're going to get you out of here. Patrick's eyes fluttered open, unfocused. Knew you'd come. Up close, his injuries were worse than I'd feared. The broken leg was the least of it. A jagged stick had impaled his side during the fall, penetrating deeply below his ribs. Blood bubbled around the wound with each labored breath. Scott saw it too, his expression crumpling. "Oh God, Pat, is it bad?" Patrick whispered. "No," Scott lied. "Just a scratch. We'll have you out in no time." I met Scott's eyes over his brother's body, the truth passing silently between us. Patrick wouldn't survive the journey out of this pit, let alone down the mountain. The internal bleeding alone would claim him within hours. "They're coming back." Kevin's voice called from above, tight with panic. "Multiple tracks converging." Scott looked up, then back at his dying brother. "Go," Patrick said weakly. "Both of you." "I'm not leaving you," Scott insisted, gripping his hand. Patrick managed a ghost of a smile. Always were stubborn. His eyes shifted to me. "Get him out of here, Jack, please." I nodded, throat tight. "Scott, we need to go now." "No," he said firmly. "You go. I'm staying with my brother." "Don't be stupid," I growled. "He wouldn't want—" "It's my choice," Scott interrupted. "Tell our parents." "Tell them we were together at the end." Above us, Alan called urgently. "Jack, they're closing in." I hesitated, torn between my responsibility to the living and respect for Scott's decision. In the end, there was no real choice at all. "I'll send help," I promised, knowing it was likely a lie. Scott nodded once, already turning his attention back to his brother. I climbed quickly, the makeshift ladder creaking under my weight. As I reached the top, Alan yanked me clear of the pit, just as howls erupted from multiple directions. "Run!" I shouted, pushing Kevin toward the Forest Service road we'd been following. "Don't look back." We fled through the trees, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us, Scott's scream cut through the forest, brief, terrified, and suddenly silenced. I forced myself to keep moving, to focus only on the path ahead and the 2 lives still in my care. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to buckle, finally collapsing beside a small stream that crossed the path. Kevin wept openly while Alan sat motionless, staring into the water with vacant eyes. "We abandoned them," Kevin choked out between sobs. "They were already dead," I said flatly, "and we will be too if we don't keep moving." Alan looked up. "How much further?" I gauged our position from the angle of the sun, the slope of the land. "Maybe 5 miles. If we push hard, we can make it before dark." "And if those things come after us again?" Kevin asked. I had no comforting answer. "Then we fight. Or we die." We rested just long enough to drink from the stream, then continued our journey. The Forest Service road widened gradually, showing more frequent signs of human maintenance. Cleared brush, occasional tire tracks. Hope flickered like a fragile flame, driving us forward despite exhaustion and grief. As the sun began its final descent, we caught our first glimpse of civilization. A metal gate marking the boundary of the maintained park area, and beyond it the outline of buildings against the darkening sky. "The ranger station," I breathed, relief making my knees weak. "We made it." Kevin laughed, a sound bordering on hysteria. "We actually made it?" Only Alan remained solemn, scanning the forest behind us. "They're still out there watching." I followed his gaze but saw nothing except deepening shadows. Yet I felt it too, that sense of being observed, evaluated. The creatures hadn't given up. They had simply recognized the boundary of their territory. We stumbled the final distance to the ranger station, bursting through the door as the last light faded from the sky. The startled ranger behind the desk jumped to his feet, taking in our wild appearance with professional concern. "What happened? Are you injured?" Words tumbled out in a confused jumble. The creature, Lloyd, the woman in the tree, the Donovan brothers in the pit. The ranger's expression shifted from concern to skepticism to alarm as our story unfolded. "Sit down," he said finally, reaching for his radio. "I'm calling in a search team." We collapsed into chairs, the sudden safety making our bodies surrender to the exhaustion we'd been fighting for days. As the ranger spoke into his radio, relaying coordinates and requesting backup, I caught Alan watching me with a strange intensity. "It knew the symbol on the cabin," he said quietly, "the same one it drew on the ground." I nodded, not understanding his point. "That symbol was carved into a tree near where my father disappeared," he continued. The rangers thought it was just random vandalism. A chill ran through me despite the warmth of the station. "What are you saying?" "These things aren't just animals," Alan replied. "They're something else. Something that's been hunting in these mountains for decades, maybe centuries. I thought of the creature's behavior, the traps, the displayed bodies, the apparent communication. Not the actions of mere predators, but something with purpose, with tradition. Something that saw humans not just as prey, but as worthy adversaries in some ancient, incomprehensible game. The Rangers won't find anything, I predicted. Not the bodies, not the creatures. Just empty forest, Alan nodded slowly. And we'll sound like madmen. Trauma victims hallucinating from fear and exhaustion. He was right. Already the Ranger was eyeing us with the careful expression reserved for the potentially unstable, his initial alarm fading to professional detachment. By morning our story would be rationalized away. Bear attack, mountain lion, perhaps a pack of feral dogs. The wilderness reclaiming its own. But we knew the truth. And somewhere in those mountains they knew us, had marked us, tested us. Allowed 3 to escape while claiming 2 as trophies or warnings or simply part of some ritual beyond human understanding. As night fell completely outside the station windows, I found myself watching the darkness, sensing somehow that they were out there still, waiting, patient as the mountains themselves. And I knew with bone-deep certainty that whatever had happened on that mountain wasn't over. It was just beginning. Dawn broke with artificial normalcy. Fluorescent lights, the smell of burned coffee, Rangers in crisp uniforms moving with practiced efficiency. We'd spent the night in the station's small bunk room, sleeping in fits and starts, each of us jolting awake at the slightest sound. Now we sat around a scarred wooden table, mugs clutched in trembling hands, repeating our story to increasingly skeptical authorities. "Let me get this straight," said Ranger Collins, a weathered man with salt and pepper hair, and the measured tone of someone accustomed to dealing with panicked hikers. "You encountered some kind of unknown predator that specifically targeted your group, killed one man immediately, then set traps for the rest of you?" Kevin nodded emphatically. "It wasn't a bear or mountain lion. This thing, it walked almost upright sometimes. And its head was misshapen with too many teeth, yes," Collins finished, consulting his notes. "And you believe this creature, or creatures, has been responsible for disappearances in the park for decades." "My father disappeared in these mountains 20 years ago," Alan said quietly. "The same symbols we saw were found near his campsite." Collins exchanged glances with his colleague Ranger Martinez, their skepticism palpable. "Mr. Reeves, we've checked our records. There was indeed a Warren Reeves reported missing in 1964, but his case was classified as a probable suicide. His vehicle was found at Dead Man's Point with a note." Alan's face went rigid. "That's not possible." "There was no note. My mother would have told me." "Sometimes families aren't informed of all details," Martinez said gently, "to protect them." I watched Alan absorb this information, doubt flickering across his features before hardening into conviction. "Show me the note," Collins shifted uncomfortably. "Those records are sealed. What matters now is finding your missing companions. If they're still alive," I added grimly. "We have search teams combing the eastern slope as we speak," Collins assured us, "with dogs and helicopter support. If your friends are out there, we'll find them." I didn't bother responding. The Rangers' confidence only confirmed they didn't believe us, didn't understand what they were dealing with. Standard search protocols wouldn't work against creatures that had evaded detection for decades while hunting in these mountains. After another hour of questions, we were finally left alone. A park medic had examined us, treating minor cuts and scrapes, prescribing rest and fluids for our dehydration and exhaustion. We were told to remain at the station until the search concluded, partly for our own recovery, partly because we might be needed to guide rescue teams to specific locations. Kevin collapsed onto a bench, staring vacantly at the wall. "They think we're crazy." "Or lying." "Or both," I agreed, watching through the window as another search team departed, moving with the casual confidence of people who believed they faced nothing more dangerous than terrain and weather. Alan joined me at the window, his expression troubled. "That note they mentioned, it doesn't make sense. My father wasn't suicidal, and my mother always said they never found any explanation for his disappearance." "Maybe Collins is lying," I suggested. "Easier to dismiss us if they can discredit your connection to previous incidents." Alan nodded slowly. "I need to see those records." "How?" Collins said they're sealed. A determined look crossed his face. "The ranger station keeps physical archives in the basement. Older records before everything went digital. If my father's case is there, I understood immediately. You're planning to break in? Not breaking if the door's unlocked, he replied with grim humor. I just need to get down there without being noticed. Under normal circumstances, I would have discouraged such a plan. But nothing about our situation was normal, and something about Colin's dismissive attitude raised my suspicions. Why would he lie about a 20-year-old missing persons case? I'll help, I decided. Kevin, can you create a distraction if we need one? Kevin looked between us, momentary alarm giving way to determination. What did you have in mind? We formulated a simple plan. Alan had observed that most rangers left the station between noon and 2, either for lunch or field assignments. Only a skeleton crew remained, typically focused on the radio desk at the front of the building. The archive room, according to a floor plan mounted on the wall, was accessible via a stairwell near the restrooms. At 12:15, our plan went into action. I approached the duty ranger with questions about recovery procedures for our abandoned equipment, keeping him engaged in conversation. Kevin positioned himself near the entrance, ready to fake a panic attack if additional distraction became necessary. Alan slipped down the hallway toward the restrooms, then beyond to the unmarked door leading to the basement. I stretched my conversation with the ranger as long as possible, asking detailed questions about insurance claims and documentation requirements. After 15 agonizing minutes, Alan reappeared in the hallway, giving me a subtle nod. Thanks for your help, I told the ranger, wrapping up our discussion. I'll fill out those forms right away. I joined Alan and Kevin in the small kitchenette adjacent to the bunk room, closing the door behind us. Alan's face was pale, his hands clutching a manila folder. Did you find it? I asked. He nodded, spreading the contents across the table. My father's case file. And you were right. Collins lied. The file contained the standard missing persons documentation, report forms, search grid maps, interview transcripts. But there was no suicide note. No mention of suicide at all. The official conclusion listed in fading type, missing, presumed deceased due to exposure, animal predation. So why would Collins claim there was a suicide note? Kevin wondered. Alan flipped through more pages, stopping at a section marked Supplementary Findings. Because of this. The page contained black and white photographs of my father's campsite. Most showed typical scene documentation, the tent, cooking equipment, personal belongings. But one image stood out, a tree trunk with a carved symbol, the same circle bisected by a line, with 5 radiating marks that we'd seen on the cabin and that the creature had drawn in the dirt. Beneath the photo, a handwritten note read, "Similar markings found at Russell Disappearance 1958, Chung Incident 1946, Blackwood Massacre 1932, possible connection to unreported incidents, refer to restricted file JR7. JR7, Alan murmured. Another file. I scanned the storage shelves visible in the room's photographs. Did you see anything with that designation? Alan shook his head. I looked briefly, but there was an entire section of red-labeled files in a locked cabinet. Could be there. So the Rangers do know something, Kevin said. They're hiding it. Not these Rangers, I corrected. This report is decades old, but the information has been buried, kept from the public. Alan carefully returned the documents to their folder. I need to find that JR7 file. How? I asked. You said the cabinet was locked. I'll figure something out, he replied, determination hardening his features. But first we need to check on the search teams, see if they've found anything. We returned to the main area of the station where activity had increased significantly. Rangers hurried back and forth, radio chatter filling the air with tense, clipped exchanges. Something had happened. Colin spotted us and approached, his professional demeanor strained. We've located one of your missing party members. My heart skipped. Lloyd or the Donovans? We believe it's Lloyd Winchester, based on your description. The recovery team is bringing him in now. Recovery, Alan noted. Not rescue. Collins nodded grimly. I'm afraid so. The body was found approximately 2 miles from your last campsite in an unusual condition. Unusual how? I pressed, though I already knew the answer. Perhaps it would be better if you didn't. We've already seen what these things do, I interrupted. Tell us, Collins hesitated, then relented. The body was found suspended from a tree approximately 15 feet above ground. Severe trauma to the torso and partial consumption of soft tissues. Our initial assessment suggests bear predation, though some aspects are atypical. Kevin made a strangled sound, turning away. Alan remained stoic, though his hands clenched at his sides. I simply nodded, the confirmation bringing no surprise, only grim validation. What about the Donovan brothers? I asked, still searching. We've located what appears to be a collapsed sinkhole or natural pit in the vicinity you described. Rappel teams are investigating now. I knew what they would find, either two more mangled bodies or more likely nothing at all. The creatures were not careless enough to leave all their victims for discovery. When can we leave? Kevin asked suddenly. I need to get out of here. Back to civilization. Colin's expression softened slightly. We'll have a vehicle take you to Baker this evening. The sheriff there will want additional statements, but after that you're free to go. What about Lloyd's body? Alan inquired. And his family. The medical examiner is en route from Ely. After official identification and examination, the remains will be released to next of kin. The clinical language did nothing to soften the horror of what had happened. Lloyd, who just days ago had been complaining about his knee and cracking jokes, was now remains to be examined and released. The bureaucracy of death seemed almost as alien as the creatures that had caused it. As Collins walked away, I turned to Alan. We need that JR7 file before we leave. He nodded. Tonight, after the evening shift change, the station will be at minimum staffing. Kevin looked between us, conflict evident on his face. I can't stay here. Not another night. Every time I close my eyes, I see that woman hanging from the tree, or Lloyd. He trailed off, shuddering. Go with the transport to Baker, I told him. We'll catch up tomorrow. Better if we're not all missing from the bunk room anyway. He hesitated, then nodded gratefully. What are you going to do when you find this file? Go to the newspapers? The FBI? First, we need to know what we're dealing with, Alan replied. How long it's been happening, how much the authorities know. Then we can decide how to proceed. As evening approached, activity at the station gradually subsided. The search teams returned, tired and empty-handed. No sign of the Donovan brothers, though they'd located the pit and confirmed recent activity there. Blood evidence had been collected and the area marked for further investigation in daylight. Kevin departed with the promised transport, leaving Alan and I alone in the bunk room. We feigned exhaustion, turning in early while actually waiting for the station to quiet down for the night. By 11, the day shift had left, replaced by a minimal night crew of 2 rangers, one monitoring the radio, the other performing periodic perimeter checks. Now's our chance, Alan whispered as the footsteps of the patrolling ranger faded down the hallway. We have about 15 minutes before he completes his round. We slipped out of the bunk room, moving silently through the darkened station. The stairwell door was unlocked as before, allowing us access to the basement archives. Using the small flashlight from Alan's recovered camera bag, we navigated between rows of metal shelving filled with decades of park records. The locked cabinet stood against the far wall, a heavy, government-issue storage unit with red-labeled files visible through its glass front. The padlock securing it looked substantial. Any ideas? I whispered, examining the lock. Alan produced a small multi-tool from his pocket. My father taught me more than just respect for the wilderness. He worked on the lock with surprising skill, manipulating the simple mechanism until it clicked open. Inside, the red files were arranged chronologically, dating back to the early 1900s. Each bore the same JR designation, followed by a number. JR7 would be from the 1930s, based on the reference in my father's file, Alan reasoned, scanning the labels. We found it near the bottom of the second shelf, a thick folder stamped restricted in faded red ink. Alan pulled it out carefully, laying it on a nearby table. Inside were documents far older than those in his father's file. The paper yellowed and brittle with age. The first page bore a heading, Jurisdictional Report, Unexplained Disappearances and Fatalities, Great Basin Region, 1921-1937. Below that, a handwritten note added, compiled by Ranger Joseph Black, pursuant to federal investigation. Federal investigation, I murmured. This goes higher than just the Park Service. Alan turned pages carefully, revealing a meticulously documented history of disappearances in the region. Dates, names, locations, patterns. Black and white photographs showed crime scenes disturbingly similar to what we'd witnessed. Bodies suspended from trees, strange markings carved into wood. Unusual tracks that defied identification. "Look at this," Alan said, pointing to a section titled Indigenous Accounts. The text described interviews with local Shoshone and Paiute elders, recounting tribal legends of skinwalkers or Wendigo-like entities that had inhabited the mountain ranges since before human settlement. One account, translated from Shoshone, described creatures that wear the shape of beast but think with minds of men, hunting not for food but for sport and ritual. "Your people knew about these things," Alan said quietly. I nodded, uncomfortable memories surfacing from childhood. Warnings from my grandfather about certain areas of the mountains. Stories dismissed as superstition by my more assimilated parents. Every indigenous culture has stories about things that hunt humans. Most people think they're just tales to keep children from wandering too far. But some are based on truth, Alan concluded. We continued through the file, finding documentation of official responses through the decades. Investigations opened and closed, search parties lost, evidence collected and classified. The pattern was clear. Periodic surges and disappearances and deaths followed by official investigations that inevitably concluded with natural causes or human foul play as the explanation. Yet privately, in these restricted documents, the truth was acknowledged if not understood. The final pages detailed a 1937 military expedition into the most remote regions of the park, a dozen armed men with tracking dogs and specialized equipment. Only 3 returned, reporting the loss of their companions to hostile forces in the high country. Their debriefing transcripts described encounters matching our experience exactly. Creatures with unnatural movements, organized hunting behaviors, and apparent intelligence. The military response was telling. Classified containment rather than extermination. The creatures, whatever they were, occupied territory deemed too remote to threaten the general public. Rather than risk further losses in an attempt to eliminate them, authorities had chosen simply to restrict access to their hunting grounds and suppress information about their existence. "They've known all along," Alan said, voice tight with anger. "For generations. They just decided it was easier to let it happen occasionally than try to stop it. Limited resources, limited options," I reasoned, though the justification felt hollow. What could they do? Tell the public that monsters are real? "They could warn people," Alan hissed, "instead of sending them in blind." Before I could respond, a noise from the stairwell froze us both. Footsteps descending slowly, deliberately. The patrolling ranger off schedule. "Put it back," I whispered urgently. "We need to hide." Alan hastily returned the file to its place while I scanned for concealment options. The basement offered little cover. Open shelving, bare walls, nowhere to disappear. Except there. I pointed to a narrow maintenance corridor running behind the shelving units. "Quick!" We squeezed into the dusty passage just as light flooded the archive room. Through gaps in the shelving, I could see Ranger Martinez moving methodically through the room, flashlight beams sweeping across file cabinets and storage boxes. This was no routine check. He was looking for something. Or someone. His light paused on the cabinet we'd accessed, lingering on the padlock. Had we failed to secure it properly? I held my breath, feeling Alan tense beside me. Martinez approached the cabinet, examining the lock closely, then opened it and checked the files inside. Satisfied that nothing was missing, he continued his inspection of the room. His methodical movements brought him steadily closer to our hiding place, flashlight beams slicing through the darkness. Just as discovery seemed inevitable, a crackling voice from his radio broke the silence. "Martinez, report to front desk. We've got activity on the north perimeter." He paused, then raised the radio to his lips. Nature of activity? Motion sensors triggered in sequence along the fence line. Possible wildlife intrusion. Martinez hesitated, glancing once more around the archive room. "Copy that. On my way." He retreated up the stairs, leaving us in darkness once more. We waited several minutes to ensure he wouldn't return before emerging from our hiding place. "That was too close," I whispered. "We need to get back to the bunk room." Alan nodded, but his attention remained on the file cabinet. "We have what we need." They know these things exist, have known for nearly a century, and chose to cover it up rather than protect people. We made our way carefully back to the bunk room, listening intently for any sign of Martinez's return. The station had come alive with activity. Voices at the front desk, radio traffic, the sound of a vehicle starting outside. Whatever had triggered the perimeter sensors had escalated to a full response. From our window, we could see Rangers assembling at the edge of the compound, flashlights cutting through the darkness toward the surrounding forest. Search patterns, defensive formation. They moved with the precision of those who had done this before. "They're here," Alan said softly, watching us. I nodded, the familiar prickling sensation returning to my spine. "They followed us down. But why? They've never approached the station before." According to those files, I had no answer, only a growing certainty that our escape had changed something, broken some unspoken rule of the hunt that had governed interactions between humans and these creatures for generations. We watched as the Rangers disappeared into the tree line, lights bobbing like fireflies in the darkness. Minutes passed with no radio chatter we could hear, no indication of what they'd found. Then, abruptly, a single gunshot echoed across the compound, followed by several more in rapid succession. Shouting erupted, too distant to make out words. More gunfire, scattered and panicked now. Then a sound that turned my blood to ice. The same howling we'd heard on the mountain, but closer, multiplied, seeming to come from all directions at once. The station's exterior lights flickered, then died, plunging the compound into darkness broken only by emergency lighting inside the buildings. Alarms began to sound, harsh electronic wailing that only amplified the sense of chaos. I moved to the door, testing it. Locked. Standard protocol during a perimeter breach, Alan guessed. They've locked down the building. More gunfire outside, closer now. Flashlight beams swept wildly across the compound as Rangers retreated toward the station, firing behind them at unseen pursuers. Through the window, I caught glimpses of movement in the darkness. Low, fast-moving shapes circling the retreating humans with predatory precision. "They're hunting the Rangers," I realized aloud, drawing them out, then picking them off. The station door burst open, admitting 3 Rangers who slammed it shut behind them, barricading it with a heavy desk. Collins among them, his uniform torn and bloody, face contorted with a fear that belied his earlier skepticism. "Martinez," he shouted down the hallway. "Call Ely. We need backup." Military backup. Martinez emerged from the communications room, expression grim. "Lines are down. Radio 2. Something's jamming all signals," Collins cursed, wiping blood from a cut above his eye. "How many did we lose?" 4 confirmed. "Maybe more." Martinez handed him a shotgun from the weapons locker. Reynolds took a hit to the throat. "Chambers and Wilkins never made it out of the trees. What the hell are these things?" Another Ranger demanded, checking his pistol with shaking hands. "I've never seen animals move like that." "Not animals," Collins replied grimly. "We've known that for years. Just never thought they'd come this far down." A thunderous impact shook the front door, wood splintering around its reinforced frame. The Rangers backed away, weapons raised as a second impact followed, then a third. The heavy desk barricading the entrance began to slide across the floor with each assault. "Fall back to the secure room," Collins ordered. Standard containment protocol. As the Rangers retreated down the hallway, Collins noticed us watching through the bunkroom doorway. His expression hardened. "You two. With us now." We followed them to a heavy metal door at the rear of the station, a safe room designed for emergency situations. Collins unlocked it with a key from his belt, ushering everyone inside before sealing it behind them. The room was small but well-equipped. Reinforced walls, independent power supply, communications equipment, weapons, and supplies, designed to withstand natural disasters or human threats, but never intended to repel what now hunted them. "What's happening?" I demanded as Collins checked the secure room systems. "What are those things?" He ignored me, focusing on a radio terminal more sophisticated than those in the main station. "This is Great Basin Station requesting emergency assistance. Authentication code Sierra 9 Delta 4. We are under attack by multiple Class E entities. Repeat. Class E entities have breached the perimeter." Static answered him, broken occasionally by fragments of transmission too garbled to interpret. The jamming affecting the main systems apparently extended to their backup as well. "They're blocking communications," Martinez observed. "How is that possible?" "They've learned," Collins replied grimly. "Adapted, just like the report said they might." "What reports?" Alan pressed. "The ones in file JR7? Collins's head snapped up, eyes narrowing. "How do you know about those files?" "We read them," I admitted. After you lied about Alan's father's disappearance. For a moment, anger flashed across Colin's face, then resigned exhaustion replaced it. You had no right to access classified information, and you had no right to send people into those mountains knowing what was up there, Alan countered. How many deaths are on your conscience, Ranger Collins? How many could have been prevented with a simple warning? Collins sank into a chair, suddenly looking much older. You think I make these decisions? This policy was established before I was born. Containment, mitigation, disinformation. The alternatives were considered worse. Worse than people dying? I challenged. Worse than panic. Worse than revealing to the public that there are things in this world beyond our understanding or control. He rubbed his eyes wearily. Besides, what would you have us do? Close the entire park? Post signs warning about monsters? Who would believe it until it was too late? A tremendous crash from the main building interrupted our debate, the sound of the front door finally giving way. Inhuman vocalizations echoed through the station, followed by the systematic destruction of furniture and equipment. They're searching the building, Martinez whispered. Hunting us. These walls will hold, Collins assured, though his expression lacked conviction. Reinforced steel core designed to withstand fire and impact. Those files documented their evolution over decades, Alan pointed out. Their increasing intelligence, their adaptation to human tactics. What makes you think they haven't found ways around your defenses? As if in answer, a new sound emerged, a methodical scraping at the ventilation duct overhead. Metal groaned as something applied pressure from above, testing for weaknesses. Collins raised his shotgun toward the vent. They've never breached a secure room before. They've never had reason to, I realized aloud. Until now. The scraping continued, joined by similar sounds from multiple points around the room. The creatures were probing every possible entry point, working together with coordinated purpose. Why are they so determined? Martinez wondered. They've never been this aggressive toward the station before. Alan met my eyes across the room, understanding dawning simultaneously. It's us. They're after us. The ones who escaped. I nodded slowly. We broke the pattern. In those files, how many people ever escaped once the hunt began? None, Collins admitted quietly. At least none who were directly engaged. Witnesses from a distance, yes. But once they marked someone as prey, the implications settled over us like a physical weight. These creatures hadn't simply followed us down the mountain. They had pursued us specifically, targeting the station only because it sheltered their escaped quarry. The Rangers were collateral damage in a hunt that would not end until we were claimed. They won't stop, I said, certainty growing with each word. Not while Alan and I are alive. Everyone here is in danger because of us. What are you suggesting? Collins asked sharply. That we throw you to them? That's not how we operate. Then how do we stop them? Alan demanded. There must be something in those decades of research, some weakness, some deterrent. Collins hesitated, exchanging glances with Martinez. There have been attempts at engagement, communication, study. And, I pressed, most ended badly. But there was one instance in 1952, when a researcher named Eleanor Webb established what appeared to be a primitive exchange. She documented it extensively before her disappearance. What kind of exchange? Alan asked. Ritual offerings. Symbols. A crude language of sorts. Collins moved to a storage cabinet, removing a dusty binder. Her final reports are troubling but potentially useful. He laid the binder on the table, opening to pages of handwritten notes and sketches. Webb had spent months studying the creatures from hidden observation posts, documenting their behaviors and attempting to decipher their markings. Her notes described them not as animals but as proto-human intelligences, with complex social structures and communication methods. Most disturbingly, she had observed what appeared to be religious or ceremonial behaviors, the arrangement of human remains in specific patterns, the creation of totemic structures from bones and branches, the repeated use of symbols including the circle and line marking we'd seen. She believed they operated on rules, Collins explained, turning pages filled with Webb's increasingly frantic handwriting. Ritualized hunting behaviors governed by something like a code or taboo system. Breaking these rules triggered escalated aggression, like escaping once marked as prey, I suggested. Collins nodded. Exactly. But she also documented potential appeasement rituals, ways to satisfy the hunt without full predation. Sacrifices, Alan translated bluntly. She was suggesting human sacrifices. Not exactly, Collins corrected. More like symbolic substitution. Effigies, tokens. The scraping at the ventilation ducts had intensified, metal beginning to buckle under sustained pressure. We had minutes, perhaps less, before they found a way in. What kind of tokens? I asked urgently. Collins turned to the final pages of Webb's journal. Drawings of crude human figures fashioned from wood and cloth, marked with blood and arranged in specific postures. The last entry, dated 3 days before her disappearance, described placing such effigies at designated points around her observation post, each marked with the now familiar symbol. She believed it worked, Collins said quietly. Her final report claimed the creatures had accepted the substitutes, retreating from her location and allowing her to move freely within their territory for several days. Then what happened? Alan asked. Collins closed the binder. No one knows for certain. Her last transmission mentioned a breakthrough, that she was going to attempt direct contact based on the ritual parameters she'd established. Search teams found her observation post intact. These notes left deliberately, but no sign of Webb herself. The ventilation cover suddenly gave way, crashing to the floor. A long grayish limb with unnaturally jointed fingers reached through the opening, claws scraping against metal as it sought purchase. "We don't have time for theories," Martinez shouted, firing his weapon at the probing limb. It withdrew instantly, an inhuman shriek echoing through the ductwork. "The effigies," I insisted. "We need to try them. Do we have materials?" Collins nodded grimly, moving to a supply locker. "Emergency protocols include wilderness survival kits. We can improvise." Working frantically, we assembled crude human figures from first aid bandages, uniform fabric, and splints. Following Webb's diagrams, we positioned them in specific poses: supplicant, offering, submission. The final element was blood, which Webb had indicated was essential to the ritual. "Use mine," I offered, rolling up my sleeve. "I'm already marked by them." Collins sanitized a knife and made a small incision in my forearm, catching the blood in a metal cup. We dipped each effigy in the crimson liquid, marking them with the circle and line symbol using a charred stick. "Now what?" Martinez asked as more impacts shook the secure room door. "We need to present them," Collins said, consulting Webb's notes, "directly with the proper gestures." "I'll do it," I volunteered, gathering the blood-marked figures. "No," Alan countered. "Both of us. We're who they want." I wanted to argue, but knew he was right. Whatever chance this desperate plan had depended on both marked prey participating in the ritual. "How do we get them out there without being torn apart immediately?" Martinez asked practically. Collins considered the problem. "The observation corridor. It runs alongside the main building, with reinforced windows and multiple exit points. We can reach it through the maintenance tunnel." He moved to what appeared to be a solid wall section, revealing a concealed door leading to a narrow passage. This was designed as an escape route in case the secure room was compromised. "Leads directly to the observation post. And if this doesn't work?" Alan asked quietly. "If they reject the effigies?" Collins checked his shotgun. "Then we go to Plan B. Maximum firepower, retreat to the vehicles, call in an airstrike when we reach communications range, and risk them escaping into wider territory," I noted. "Better than all of us dying here." Collins replied grimly. The plan set. Alan and I prepared to enter the tunnel, each carrying 3 of the crude effigies. Martinez would provide covering fire from the secure room if needed, while Collins accompanied us to the observation corridor with his shotgun. As we entered the narrow passage, the sounds of the creatures tearing through the station grew louder, rending metal, splintering wood, and those disturbing vocalizations that seemed almost like language. They were methodically destroying everything, working their way toward our hiding place with terrifying purpose. The tunnel led to a reinforced door opening into a long, narrow corridor with windows overlooking the main station area. Through these, we could see the destruction wrought by our pursuers, furniture reduced to kindling, equipment scattered and crushed, walls torn open to expose wiring and support beams. And moving through this devastation, the creatures themselves, at least 5 visible, possibly more lurking in shadows. In the harsh emergency lighting, their wrongness was even more apparent. Their bodies resembled nothing found in nature, as if assembled from mismatched parts with no regard for biological principles. Yet they moved with fluid grace, communicating through gestures and vocalizations with unmistakable intelligence. "There's the main exit," Collins whispered, pointing to a door at the far end of the observation corridor. "It opens onto the rear compound. Place the effigies in a semicircle, facing inward, with the central figure raised slightly as Webb described." Alan and I nodded, grip tightening on our macabre offerings. The creatures had not yet detected our presence in the observation corridor, still focused on tearing apart the main building in search of their prey. "Ready?" Collins asked, hand on the exit door's locking mechanism. "No," I admitted, "but do it anyway." He unlocked the door, pushing it open just enough for us to slip through. The night air hit like a physical blow after the recycled atmosphere of the secure room. Cold, clear, carrying the scent of pine, and beneath it, the unmistakable musk of the creatures hunting us. We moved quickly to the designated spot, arranging the effigies according to Webb's diagrams, 5 in a semicircle, the 6th elevated on a small rock. Each figure faced inward, arms extended in what Webb had interpreted as a gesture of submission or offering. As we completed the arrangement, a sound from behind us froze our blood, the scrape of claws on concrete. Turning slowly, we found ourselves face to face with one of the creatures, having approached silently despite its size. In the moonlight, its features were even more nightmarish. The elongated jaw filled with jagged, misaligned teeth, the eyes like polished obsidian, reflecting nothing. It stood motionless, regarding us with that terrible intelligence. Then deliberately it lowered its misshapen head, examining the arrangement of effigies. It circled them slowly, sniffing each blood-soaked figure, occasionally emitting soft clicking sounds from deep in its throat. More creatures emerged from the shadows, joining the first in its inspection. They moved with eerie coordination, maintaining distance from us while focusing intensely on the ritual offerings. One, larger than the others with patches of gray in its matted fur, approached the central elevated effigy. It extended a limb, touching the figure with unexpected gentleness. Then, to our astonishment, it added something, a small object placed carefully beside the effigy. I strained to see in the darkness, making out what appeared to be a human tooth, possibly from one of their victims. "It's responding to the ritual," Collins breathed from the doorway behind us, just as Webb described. The largest creature turned its attention to us, those obsidian eyes fixing on mine with unsettling focus. It made a series of gestures, limbs extended, head lowered, then raised, jaw opening to display its fearsome teeth before snapping shut. "It wants something more," Alan whispered. "This isn't enough." Understanding flooded through me with terrible clarity. Blood, fresh blood, not just on the effigies. Before Collins could stop me, I stepped forward, extending my arm with the small wound still seeping crimson. The creature watched, motionless, as I approached. Every instinct screamed for me to run, but I forced myself to continue, stopping just beyond its reach. Slowly I knelt, pressing my bleeding arm to the earth beside the central effigy. The creature made that strange laughing sound we'd heard in the forest, then extended its own limb, revealing a self-inflicted wound oozing dark, viscous fluid. It pressed this against the ground beside my blood, mixing the two substances. A shudder passed through its misshapen body, echoed by the others surrounding us. Then, with deliberate movements, it backed away from the ritual circle, the others following its lead until they stood as a group at the edge of the forest. "Is it working?" Collins called softly. "Are they leaving?" The creatures remained motionless, watching us with unnerving intensity. Then the largest made a final gesture, reaching toward us with its wounded limb, then pointing to the mountains beyond. "It's not over," Alan realized. "They're giving us time. A head start." "The hunt continues," I agreed, understanding with perfect clarity. But by different rules now. We backed slowly toward the station, never turning our backs on the watching creatures. They made no move to pursue, remaining at the forest's edge like sentinels or judges. "How long do we have?" Collins asked as we reached the relative safety of the observation corridor. "I don't know," I admitted. "Hours, days, but they won't stop hunting us." "Not completely. We've just changed the terms." We returned to the secure room, finding Martinez wide-eyed with disbelief at our survival. As dawn approached, the creatures finally withdrew, melting into the forest without sound or trace. Only the devastated station and the bodies of the fallen rangers proved they had ever been there at all. In the gray light of morning, we surveyed the destruction. 4 rangers dead, The station reduced to rubble in sections, communications destroyed. We were effectively cut off from the outside world with only the remaining vehicles offering escape. We need to leave, Collins decided, gathering what supplies survived. Get to Ely, report this, bring back reinforcements. They'll follow us, I warned. Wherever Alan and I go, they'll hunt. Then we separate, Alan suggested. Draw them away from populated areas. I considered our options, none of them good. The ritual bought us time, not freedom. But maybe it's enough to get everyone else to safety? And you two? Martinez asked. What's your plan? I met Alan's eyes, seeing my own grim resolve reflected there. We finished what started on that mountain. One way or another, the hunt would continue, but this time we would not be the only prey. The rising sun cast long shadows across the devastated ranger station, illuminating the full extent of the night's carnage. Body bags lined the front steps. 4 rangers who would never return to their families, victims of a reality the world wasn't prepared to acknowledge. The survivors moved mechanically through the wreckage, gathering essential supplies and preparing vehicles for evacuation. Collins approached as I loaded spare fuel cans into the back of a Park Service Jeep. You're really going through with this? I nodded, securing the cans with bungee cords. No choice. As long as Alan and I are marked, everyone around us is in danger. There are other options, he insisted. Military containment, specialized units. This isn't your responsibility. Those files documented almost a century of military and government containment. I replied bitterly. How's that working out? These things are evolving, adapting. Last night proved they're not staying in their territory anymore. Collins had no response to that. The creature's unprecedented assault on the station had shattered decades of containment protocols and risk assessments. Whatever uneasy equilibrium had existed between human authorities and these entities was broken, perhaps irrevocably. At least take better equipment, he relented, handing me a heavy canvas bag. Satellite phone, emergency beacons, better weapons than that hunting knife. I accepted the bag gratefully. Thanks, what's the official story going to be? Same as always. Animal attack, specific species undetermined. Dangerous wildlife warning issued for the affected areas. His expression hardened. But I'm filing a supplementary report recommending full disclosure to park visitors. This policy of silence has cost too many lives. Alan joined us, carrying additional supplies from the station's emergency cache. He'd been quiet since dawn, his initial shock giving way to a focused determination that worried me more than fear would have. Ready? He asked simply. I nodded. Vehicles prepped. Collins is providing additional equipment. What's your actual plan? Collins pressed. You can't just drive into the wilderness and hope to outrun these things. Alan secured his pack before answering. We're not running. We're hunting. Collins blinked in surprise. Hunting? With what? How? Everything we've learned, I explained. The ritual, the symbols, Webb's research. These creatures operate by rules. Complex ones we don't fully understand, but rules nonetheless. If we can decipher them, you might be able to end this, Collins finished, comprehension dawning, or get yourselves killed trying. Better us than more innocent people, Alan said quietly. I couldn't argue with his logic, though the suicidal nature of our mission wasn't lost on me. 2 men against an unknown number of creatures that had been hunting humans successfully for generations. The odds were not in our favor. Martinez approached carrying a thick folder. If you're really doing this, take Webb's complete research. Not just the survival notes, everything. Her observations on their behavior patterns, territorial markings, communication attempts. I accepted the folder with surprise. You're not going to cite regulations about classified materials? Martinez's expression darkened. I helped zip 4 of my friends into body bags this morning. Regulations can go to hell. With final preparations complete, we said our goodbyes to the remaining rangers. The evacuation plan was simple. Collins would lead the survivors to Ely in a convoy, report the animal attack, and return with reinforcements to recover the bodies and secure the station. Alan and I would head in the opposite direction, back into the mountains, drawing any pursuit away from populated areas. As we prepared to depart, Kevin emerged from the temporary medical station where he'd been treated for shock after the night's events. He'd refused evacuation to Baker the previous evening, unwilling to leave without knowing our fate. You're going back up there, he said. Not a question, but a statement of fact. I nodded. It's the only way to end this. Then I'm coming with you. Absolutely not. Alan replied firmly. You've been through enough, Kevin. Go home, try to forget any of this happened. Kevin's expression hardened with unexpected resolve. Lloyd was my friend. So were the Donovans. And I'm already marked, same as you. These things let me leave once because of that ritual, but they know my scent. I'm living on borrowed time no matter where I go. I wanted to argue, to insist he'd be safer with the Rangers, but the truth in his words was undeniable. The creatures had seen him, hunted him, marked him as prey alongside us. The ritual had temporarily changed the rules of the hunt, not ended it. It's your choice, I finally conceded, but understand what you're signing up for. We're not running, and we're not hiding. We're going to find these things where they live. Kevin swallowed hard, but nodded. Better than waiting for them to find me. With our unlikely hunting party assembled, we departed the ranger station just as Collins's evacuation convoy pulled out in the opposite direction. The Jeep handled the rough terrain easily, climbing back into the mountains. Along fire roads and maintenance tracks rarely used by the public, our destination wasn't clear even to ourselves, somewhere in the remote heart of the mountain range where the creatures made their home. Webb's research suggested they had a central territory, a place they returned to between hunts. Finding it would be our first challenge. As we climbed higher, Kevin broke the tense silence. So what's the actual plan? Besides driving into monster territory and hoping for the best, we study Webb's research, Alan replied, already paging through the folder. Learn everything we can about their behavior, communication methods, weaknesses. Then we use that knowledge against them. Fight fire with fire, I added, navigating a particularly steep section of road. They've been hunting humans using our predictable responses against us. Maybe it's time we turn the tables. Kevin seemed unconvinced but didn't argue further. The landscape outside our windows grew increasingly wild and remote, stands of bristlecone pine giving way to bare rock and alpine meadows. The isolation was palpable, a reminder that we were leaving behind the thin veneer of civilization that had protected humanity from awareness of creatures like those we pursued. By midday, we'd reached the highest traversable point by vehicle, a rocky plateau offering panoramic views of the basin below. The ranger station was visible in the distance, a small cluster of buildings dwarfed by the vastness of the wilderness surrounding it. We continue on foot from here, I announced, securing the Jeep in a sheltered position. Carry only what's essential. We need to move fast and quiet. We sorted through our supplies, packing only what would fit in 3 backpacks: weapons, communication equipment, first aid supplies, minimal food and water. The rest we concealed in the Jeep, which would serve as our emergency fallback position if things went wrong. As we prepared for the next phase of our journey, Alan spread Webb's maps across the Jeep's hood. According to her observations, their primary territory is centered around this area. He indicated a remote section of the range, unmarked on standard park maps. She called it the Hollow, a high valley surrounded by peaks, accessible only through a series of narrow ravines that act as natural corridors. Alan continued, tracing routes with his finger. Webb documented at least 3 different approaches, each progressively more difficult and well-defended. I studied the map, recognizing some landmarks from my years guiding in these mountains. This matches what the old tribal stories called the Shadow Valley, a place my grandfather warned never to approach, especially during the dark moon. How far? Kevin asked, adjusting his pack nervously. 8 miles as the crow flies, I estimated. But we'll need to follow these contour lines to avoid exposed ridges. Call it 15 miles of rough terrain, 2 days at best. We shouldered our packs and began the trek, following game trails when available, forced to bushwhack through dense undergrowth when not. The physical exertion kept conversation minimal, each of us lost in private thoughts about what awaited at our destination. As afternoon faded toward evening, we made camp in a small clearing bordered by a rock face that offered protection on one side. Following Webb's notes, we established multiple perimeter markers using the circle and line symbol drawn in my blood, a primitive warning system that might grant us one night's peace. Around our small fire, we studied Webb's research more closely. Her observations painted a disturbing picture of the creature's society, if that term could be applied to their existence. They operated in groups of 6 to 12, with clear hierarchical structures indicated by size, scarring, and specific markings self-inflicted on their gray flesh. Look at this, Alan said, pointing to a page of Webb's careful sketches. She documented different castes within their groups. Hunters, sentries, what she called shamans that performed the ritual arrangements with human remains. Like some twisted mirror of human tribal structure, I observed. Kevin leaned closer to the firelight, examining the drawings with reluctant fascination. What about weaknesses? Vulnerabilities? Things that might actually help us survive this suicide mission? Alan flipped through more pages. She notes they avoid certain areas, places with particular geological formations or plant life. Nothing conclusive, but she speculates they may have sensory sensitivities beyond human perception. What about their eyes? I suggested, remembering the obsidian-like quality. They hunt primarily at night, but seem to see perfectly in darkness. Maybe bright light affects them? Worth testing, Alan agreed. The supply cache included high-powered flashlights and flares. As night deepened around us, we took turns sleeping and standing watch. The forest remained unnaturally quiet, as if the normal wildlife had abandoned the area, sensing the predators that claimed this territory. During my watch, I caught occasional glimpses of movement at the periphery of our firelight, never clear enough to identify, just enough to confirm we were under observation. Dawn arrived without incident, our blood-marked perimeter apparently respected for the moment. We broke camp efficiently, continuing our journey with heightened vigilance. The terrain grew increasingly challenging: steep ravines, loose scree slopes, dense thickets that tore at clothing and skin. By midday, we reached the first of Webb's documented approaches to the hollow, a narrow gap between towering rock formations that created a natural funnel. According to her notes, this entrance was the most frequently used by the creatures, marked heavily with their territorial symbols. We should avoid this route, I suggested, examining the pass with binoculars. Too obvious, too easily defended. Alan nodded agreement. Webb identified a secondary approach here. He indicated a steep drainage gully about a mile east. More difficult climbing, but less likely to be monitored. We altered course, approaching the gully with painstaking care, testing each foothold on the loose rock. The descent was treacherous, forcing us to use climbing ropes for the steepest sections. Kevin struggled with the technical aspects, but managed with our assistance, his determination offsetting his lack of experience. At the bottom of the gully, we found ourselves in a different world. A narrow canyon with walls rising hundreds of feet on either side, blocking direct sunlight except for a few hours each day. The temperature dropped noticeably and moisture condensed on the rock faces, creating an environment of perpetual twilight and damp cold. Webb called this the throat. Alan said quietly, consulting the maps. Leads directly to the outer rim of the hollow. About 3 miles through. We proceeded cautiously, alert for any sign of the creatures. The canyon floor was marked with strange indentations. Not quite footprints, but regular patterns that suggested repeated travel over many years. Occasionally, we passed small alcoves in the rock walls containing arrangements of bones and stones in precise geometric patterns. Ritual markers, I explained, recognizing similarities to indigenous sacred sites I'd encountered elsewhere, boundaries between territories. Warning signs. Kevin eyed the bone arrangements with obvious discomfort. Human? I examined them closer. Some. Others appear to be deer, mountain lion, other predators. Trophy collections, maybe. Or something else, Alan suggested. Webb theorized these weren't just markers, but communication, records of hunts, hierarchical disputes, maybe even something like historical documentation. The deeper we ventured into the canyon, the more frequent these displays became. Some incorporated artifacts clearly taken from human victims, watches, backpack buckles, climbing carabiners, arranged with the same disturbing precision. By late afternoon, the canyon began to widen, the sheer walls gradually decreasing in height. According to Webb's maps, we were approaching the exit to the hollow. We paused to rest and prepare, checking weapons and reviewing what little strategy we had developed. Once we enter their central territory, we'll have limited time before they respond in force, I warned. We need clear objectives.
What exactly are we trying to accomplish?
Alan considered the question. Webb's research suggests they have a central gathering place, something like a village or camp. If we can locate it, we might find weaknesses in their social structure or evidence of what they truly are. And then what? Kevin pressed. We aren't exactly carrying heavy artillery. I patted the satellite phone in my pack. We document everything, transmit the evidence to Collins. Force the authorities to acknowledge the threat and respond appropriately. Or we find a way to communicate, Alan suggested. Establish boundaries they understand and will respect. Kevin laughed bitterly. Negotiate with monsters? After what they did to Lloyd and the others? They're intelligent, Alan insisted, operating by complex social rules. Intelligence means potential for reason, for understanding consequences. I wasn't convinced either approach would succeed, but kept my doubts to myself. We needed hope, however tenuous, to continue this journey into the heart of nightmare. As daylight began to fade, we reached the end of the canyon. Before us stretched a sight that stopped us in our tracks. A vast circular valley surrounded by mountain peaks, at least 3 miles across. The valley floor was a patchwork of meadows and forest groves, with a small lake at its center reflecting the reddening sky. The hollow, I breathed, taking in the unexpected beauty of the place. Alan nodded, consulting Webb's maps with growing excitement. This matches her descriptions exactly. She observed their central gathering place near the lake's northern shore. We found concealed positions at the canyon's mouth, using binoculars to survey the valley below. At first it appeared pristine and uninhabited, a hidden paradise untouched by human presence. But as we watched, details emerged that painted a different picture. What I'd initially taken for natural rock formations near the lake revealed themselves as structures, crude but deliberate arrangements of stone and wood forming low-walled enclosures. Movement became visible among these structures, the creatures moving with purpose through what was unmistakably a settlement. My God, Kevin whispered, they have a village, like some prehistoric human encampment. Not human, I corrected, adjusting the binoculars for better focus. But yes, organized, deliberate. We counted at least 15 of the creatures visible around the settlement, varying in size and appearance, but all sharing the same fundamental wrongness of form. Some carried objects, tools or weapons fashioned from bone and stone. Others appeared to be processing material, stretching hides or arranging collected items. They're not just predators, Alan said, wonder and horror mixing in his voice. They're a society, a civilization of sorts. As darkness descended, lights appeared in the settlement. Not electric, but fire contained in stone pits and crude lanterns. The creatures gathered around these lights, engaging in behaviors disturbingly reminiscent of human social interactions, sharing food, producing vocalizations that might have been communication or even ritual. We need to get closer, Alan decided. Document this properly. In darkness? Kevin objected. When they're most active, they don't expect humans to hunt them, I pointed out. Their experience is entirely as the predator, never the prey. It gives us an advantage if we're careful. We waited until full darkness before beginning our approach, using night vision equipment from Collins's supplies. The descent to the valley floor required painful slowness, each step calculated to minimize noise. The creature's hearing was acute, their knowledge of the terrain perfect. By midnight, we'd reached the edge of the forest nearest the settlement, close enough to hear the creature's vocalizations clearly, clicks, whistles, and low rumbling sounds arranged in patterns too consistent to be random. Alan recorded everything on equipment from the ranger station, while I documented the layout of the settlement and the movements of its inhabitants. The structures became clearer up close, circular arrangements of stone supporting frameworks of bone and wood, covered with stretched hides that appeared to be from various animals, including humans. The largest structure stood near the lake shore, adorned with arrangements of skulls, animal and human, positioned in concentric patterns around its entrance. Some kind of ceremonial building, Alan whispered, or the dwelling of their leader. As if summoned by his observation, a massive creature emerged from this central structure. Larger than any we'd encountered before, its gray hide crossed with deliberate scarification, forming complex patterns. It moved with authority through the settlement, other creatures deferring to its presence with lowered postures. The Alpha, I murmured, their leader or shaman. The large creature approached a central fire pit where several smaller ones worked with objects we couldn't clearly identify. It made a series of vocalizations that prompted immediate response, the workers presenting their efforts for inspection. Even from our distance, I could see the items were human artifacts, watches, cameras, phones, being systematically disassembled and studied. They're learning from what they take, Kevin realized. Examining our technology, the implication chilled me. These weren't mindless predators but calculating intelligences, studying their prey, adapting and evolving through direct examination of human capabilities. We continued our observation for hours, documenting everything possible about their behaviors and settlement structure. Alan focused particularly on their communication methods, noting patterns and repetitions that suggested language rather than simple animal signaling. As pre-dawn light began to lighten the eastern sky, we prepared to retreat to a safer distance to review our findings and plan our next move. We'd gathered valuable intelligence without detection, a minor victory that gave us hope for the impossible task ahead. Then everything went wrong. Kevin, shifting position to relieve cramped muscles, dislodged a small rock that clattered down the slope toward the settlement. The sound, insignificant in any other context, carried perfectly in the pre-dawn stillness. Every creature in the settlement froze instantly, heads swiveling toward our position with terrible synchronicity. "Run," I hissed, abandoning our equipment. "Now!" We fled through the forest, all pretense of stealth abandoned in favor of speed. Behind us, howls erupted. That same unnatural sound we'd heard on the mountain now multiplied by dozens of throats. The hunt had begun again, but this time, we were deep in their territory with nowhere to run. The forest seemed to come alive around us, branches reaching like claws, roots threatening to trip us with every step. The pre-dawn light offered minimal visibility, shapes looming suddenly out of the gloom only to disappear again as we passed. "Head for the ravine," I shouted, orienting toward the drainage gully we'd descended. "It's defensible." Alan and Kevin followed without question, our flight fueled by pure survival instinct. The sounds of pursuit grew closer, crashing underbrush, those terrible howls, the occasional glimpse of gray forms moving with impossible speed through the trees parallel to our course. We reached the base of the ravine just as full daylight broke over the mountain peaks. Without discussion, we began to climb, using the natural rock formations as handholds. The gully's steep walls would force our pursuers to approach from below, giving us a positional advantage if we could reach defensible high ground. Halfway up the ravine, Alan suddenly cried out in pain. I turned to see a creature had somehow circled ahead of us, dropping from the gully's rim to land on him with terrible precision. Its elongated jaws closed around his arm, teeth sinking deep into flesh as it attempted to drag him back down the slope. Without hesitation, I drew the hunting knife from my belt and leaped, bringing the blade down into the creature's eye with all my strength. It released Alan with a shriek of pain and fury, black fluid pouring from the wounded socket as it thrashed wildly. "Keep climbing," I ordered, pulling Alan to his feet. Blood streamed from his mangled arm, but adrenaline kept him moving. We reached a narrow ledge about 30 feet up the ravine wall, a defensible position with clear sightlines below and rock faces protecting our flanks and rear. Kevin had already unslinging his rifle, hands shaking as he loaded it. "How many?" he demanded, peering down the slope. The answer materialized before our eyes, at least a dozen creatures converging at the base of the ravine, including the massive leader we'd observed in the settlement. They moved with eerie coordination, spreading out to cover all possible routes up the gully. "Too many," I admitted, checking Alan's injury. The bite had torn through muscle to the bone but missed major arteries. I wrapped it tightly with bandages from our first aid kit, knowing infection would be a death sentence if the immediate threat didn't kill us first. "The satellite phone," Alan gasped through pain. "Call Collins. Tell him what we found." I retrieved the device from my pack, relieved to find it undamaged. Signal strength was minimal in the ravine, but possibly enough for text transmission. I quickly composed a message detailing our location and findings, attaching several photos we'd taken of the settlement. As I pressed send, movement below caught my attention. The creatures had ceased their advance, gathering instead in a semicircle at the ravine base. The massive leader moved to the center, performing a series of deliberate gestures while vocalizing in that complex pattern we'd observed in the settlement. "What are they doing?" Kevin whispered, rifle trained on the nearest creature. "Communicating," I realized. "With us. Or trying to." The leader repeated its performance, then deliberately cleared a space in the dirt with one misshapen limb. Into this space, it drew the now familiar symbol, circle, line, 5 radiating marks, but with an addition, 3 smaller circles placed within the larger one. "It's representing us," Alan said. pain momentarily forgotten in his fascination. 3 intruders in their territory. The leader made another series of vocalizations, then pointed directly at us before drawing a new symbol beside the first, a simple X crossing through the 3 circles. The message was unmistakable. Death, annihilation, no, escape. So much for negotiation, Kevin muttered, adjusting his aim, but Alan shook his head. No, wait. They're establishing terms, making the rules of engagement clear. What rules? I demanded. They want us dead. Yes, but they're telling us first, declaring intent rather than simply attacking. Alan's eyes never left the leader as he spoke. That's significant, ritualized. There's meaning here beyond simple predation. Before I could respond, the satellite phone vibrated with an incoming message. Collins had received our transmission and was mobilizing response teams. Military and scientific personnel were being airlifted to our jeep's location. Estimated arrival 6 hours. We just need to survive until help arrives, I said, showing them the message. Kevin laughed bitterly. 6 hours? Against that? He gestured toward the creatures below, now beginning to advance up the ravine once more, spreading out to approach from multiple angles. We have weapons, I reminded him, and they can bleed. I proved that. Alan nodded grimly, drawing his own knife despite his injured arm. And we understand more about them now. They follow patterns, rituals. Maybe we can use that. As the creatures closed in, we prepared our defense. Kevin positioned himself to cover the most direct approach with his rifle. I took the right flank with the shotgun Collins had provided, while Alan covered the left despite his injury. The first attack came swiftly, 3 smaller creatures leaping up the ravine wall with impossible agility, claws finding purchase where no human climber could. Kevin's rifle cracked, dropping the lead creature, but the others continued their advance undeterred. I fired the shotgun twice, the blast echoing through the ravine. One creature fell, tumbling down the slope with a shriek. The other reached our ledge, swiping at Kevin with claws that left deep gouges in the rock where he'd stood seconds before. Alan lunged, driving his knife into the creature's throat. Black fluid sprayed across the ledge as the thing thrashed, finally going still. But our brief victory was already being answered by a second wave. 5 more creatures ascending from different angles. We can't hold them all off, Kevin shouted, reloading frantically. He was right. Despite our weapons, despite our defensible position, the creatures' numbers and coordination would eventually overwhelm us. We needed something beyond conventional tactics. As the next wave approached, an idea formed. Desperate, possibly suicidal, but our only chance. The rituals, I called to Alan. Webb's notes about appeasement. We need to modify the terms. Understanding dawned in his eyes. Without hesitation, he sliced his already wounded arm deeper, collecting blood in his cupped hand. I did the same, adding my blood to his. Together we drew the circle and line symbol on the rock face behind us, large enough to be visible from below. What are you doing? Kevin demanded, firing at another approaching creature. Changing the rules, I replied, completing the symbol with 3 distinct marks inside the circle, representations of ourselves, but arranged differently than the leader had drawn. Instead of clustered for destruction, we positioned them in a diagonal line separated by space. The effect was immediate and shocking. The creatures paused in their advance, chittering among themselves in apparent confusion or agitation. The massive leader, still at the ravine base, emitted a series of piercing vocalizations that echoed off the canyon walls. It's working, Alan breathed. We've interrupted their ritual pattern. Taking advantage of their hesitation, I took the most dangerous gamble yet, adding another symbol beside our first. Improvising based on Webb's notes, I drew what I hoped would communicate our terms. A larger circle containing both their symbol and ours, separated by a vertical line but not crossed out. What does that mean? Kevin asked, rifle still trained on the nearest creature. Coexistence, I explained. Separate but equal. Respect for boundaries. The leader studied our symbols intently, then responded with furious vocalizations. The creatures resumed their advance, moving with renewed purpose. So much for diplomacy, Kevin muttered. But Alan shook his head. No, look, they're approaching differently. Not attacking formation, he was right. The creatures climbed toward us more deliberately now, without the frenzied aggression of their initial assault. When the first reached our ledge, it made no move to attack, instead extending one limb toward our blood-drawn symbols. with deliberate movements. It added to our drawing, extending the dividing line and adding complex markings to their side of the circle. Then it backed away, watching us with those obsidian eyes. They're negotiating, Alan realized, proposing alternative terms. I studied their additions, trying to decipher the meaning. The extended line seemed to represent a boundary, geographical perhaps, with their additional markings indicating specific territories. They want us to acknowledge their claim to the hollow, I guessed. And stay out of it. Fine by me, Kevin said fervently. I vote we accept and get the hell out of here. But something about the arrangement troubled me. The boundary line extended beyond the circle, with markings suggesting expansion rather than containment. They're not just claiming the hollow, I realized. They're marking more territory. Pushing outward, Alan nodded grimly. They're tired of hiding in the remote backcountry. The attack on the ranger station wasn't just about hunting us. It was testing defenses, probing weaknesses. So we've been helping them plan an invasion, Kevin concluded bitterly. The creature waited, unmoving, for our response. Behind it, others had climbed to positions surrounding our ledge, not attacking, but effectively trapping us until this bizarre negotiation concluded. I exchanged glances with Alan, silent understanding passing between us. We couldn't accept terms that would endanger others, but outright rejection would mean immediate death. We needed to stall until help arrived. With slow, deliberate movements, I modified their drawing, accepting the boundary but limiting its extent, adding marks that I hoped would communicate conditional acceptance pending further exchange. A temporary truce rather than final terms. The creature studied our changes, head tilting at that impossible angle. Then it made a sound I hadn't heard before, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to come from deep within its malformed chest. The others responded with similar sounds, creating an eerie chorus that echoed through the ravine. "What's happening?" Kevin whispered, finger tense on his rifle trigger. "I think..." Alan hesitated. "I think they're calling others. Summoning reinforcements or leadership." He was right. Within minutes, more creatures appeared at the ravine base, including the massive leader we'd observed in the settlement. It climbed toward us with surprising grace despite its size, smaller creatures moving aside deferentially as it approached. When it reached our ledge, the full horror of its appearance became apparent. Up close, the wrongness of its form was even more disturbing. The misaligned jaw housing teeth like broken glass, the limbs bent at impossible angles, the patches of exposed gray skin showing deliberate scarification, forming patterns too alien to interpret. But most disturbing were its eyes, not the solid obsidian of the others, but containing recognizable irises and pupils, almost human in their expressiveness despite being set in that monstrous face, eyes that held intelligence, calculation, and something that might have been curiosity. It examined our blood symbols, then deliberately cut its own flesh, adding its black fluid to the drawing. With methodical precision, it altered the boundary lines, created new markings, and finally added something unexpected, a crude representation of what appeared to be the sun above the circle. Time, Alan interpreted. It's indicating a duration, temporary terms. The leader fixed those disturbing eyes on me, waiting. I felt the weight of impossible responsibility, negotiating with an inhuman intelligence on behalf of humanity itself, with no understanding of their language, culture, or true intentions. I glanced at my watch. 4 more hours until Colin's promised reinforcements would arrive. We needed to maintain this fragile truce until then. With careful movements, I accepted the time limitation, adding my own modification, a series of small human figures outside the circle, separated from the boundary by clear space, a safety buffer, protection for innocence beyond our immediate group. The leader considered this addition, then made a counterproposal, accepting the buffer zone but adding what appeared to be consequences for violation. Simplified representations of death or punishment for trespass in either direction. Rules of engagement, Alan murmured, defining what happens if either side breaks the agreement. I nodded acceptance, sealing our bizarre contract with another smear of blood. The leader did the same with its black fluid, then backed away, making a series of vocalizations to the surrounding creatures. They responded by retreating as well, maintaining watchful positions but no longer threatening immediate attack. Did we just negotiate a peace treaty with monsters? Kevin asked incredulously. A temporary ceasefire at best, Alan corrected. They're still going to kill us if they can. They're just willing to wait and do it according to their rules. Why? I wondered aloud. They had us cornered. Could have overwhelmed us through sheer numbers. Alan's expression was thoughtful despite his pain, because the ritual matters to them, the process, the rules. It's fundamental to what they are. We maintained our defensive position as time crawled by, the creatures watching us with unnerving patience from just beyond striking distance. Occasionally, the leader would return to inspect our symbols, adding small modifications that required response. Each exchange seemed to test our understanding, probing the limits of potential communication. As the hours passed, Alan worked feverishly in his notebook, documenting everything, the symbols, the vocalizations, the behavioral patterns. Despite his injury and our precarious situation, the researcher in him couldn't resist the opportunity to understand these creatures, to decode their alien thought processes. They're not animals, he concluded after one particularly complex exchange. But they're not human either, despite some superficial similarities. There's something else entirely. A parallel evolution of intelligence, perhaps, or something much stranger. Does it matter what they are? Kevin asked, keeping his rifle trained on the nearest creature. They kill humans, eat them, display their bodies like trophies. It matters if we want to survive them, I replied. Understanding an enemy is the first step to defeating them, or coexisting with them. The satellite phone vibrated with an update from Collins. The response team had reached our jeep and was ascending toward our position. Estimated arrival within the hour. They were heavily armed and accompanied by scientific personnel with specialized containment equipment. As if sensing the approaching threat, the creatures became increasingly agitated, vocalizations growing more frequent and urgent. The leader returned to our ledge, studying our symbols with new intensity before making a significant addition. A representation of multiple human figures approaching from the direction of the ravine exit. They know help is coming, I realized. They can sense them somehow. The leader's new additions to our symbolic dialogue were unmistakable. The approaching humans crossed out, eliminated. A clear threat or warning, I responded immediately, adding protective markings around the approaching figures, connecting them to our own representations. Extension of our negotiated safety to the newcomers. The leader's reaction was instant and violent, a burst of vocalization that sounded almost like laughter, followed by a systematic destruction of our entire symbolic dialogue. With one swipe of its clawed limb, it obliterated the blood-drawn markings from the rock face. The message was clear. Negotiations were over. They're going to attack the rescue team, Alan warned. We need to warn them. I grabbed the satellite phone, quickly typing a warning message to Collins. The creatures were preparing for ambush, positioning themselves along the ravine walls where they would have advantage over approaching forces. The leader had returned to the ravine floor, organizing its followers with sophisticated hand gestures and vocalizations. We need to create a diversion, I decided. Draw them back to us, away from the rescue team. Kevin checked his ammunition with grim determination. How do we get the attention of things that already want to kill us? We break their rules, Alan replied, understanding instantly. Violate their ritual protocols deliberately. Without hesitation, he smeared his blood across the rock face where our symbols had been, creating chaotic, meaningless patterns that desecrated the careful ritual language we'd established. Then he shouted at the creatures below, his voice echoing through the ravine with deliberate provocation. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The creatures responded with howls of what could only be interpreted as outrage, abandoning their ambush positions to converge once more on our ledge. The leader directed their movements with furious gestures, sending them climbing toward us from multiple angles simultaneously. Here they come, Kevin said grimly, taking aim at the nearest creature. Any other brilliant ideas? I checked the satellite phone one last time. Collins had received our warning and was adjusting the rescue team's approach. They would enter the ravine from above rather than below, giving them positional advantage over both us and the creatures. We just need to survive a little longer, I told him, raising the shotgun. Help is almost here. The creatures reached our position in a coordinated wave, too many to hold off with our limited ammunition. We fired into their ranks, dropping several, but others immediately took their place. Claws reached for us, jaws snapping, those terrible eyes fixed on their prey with single-minded purpose. In the chaos of combat, I lost track of Alan and Kevin. The world narrowed to survival instinct, fire, reload, strike with knife when they got too close. Black fluid spattered across the ledge, mixing with our red blood in grotesque patterns. Pain lanced through my shoulder as claws found purchase, tearing flesh and muscle. Then, miraculously, new sounds joined the cacophony, organized gunfire from above, shouts and human voices. The rescue team had arrived, raining down fire from the ravine rim with military precision. The creatures scattered in confusion, caught between two threats where they had expected only one. The massive leader assessed the situation with disturbing intelligence, then made a decision. Rather than retreat, it charged directly toward me, moving with shocking speed despite previous injuries. I fired the shotgun point-blank into its chest, the blast tearing a hole through matted fur and corrupted flesh. It staggered but didn't fall. Instead, it seized me with impossible strength, dragging me toward the ledge edge. Its intention was clear: if it couldn't win, it would take at least one trophy with it. As we grappled at the precipice, I caught a glimpse of its eyes up close, those disturbingly human eyes in a monster's face. What I saw there haunted me more than any physical horror: recognition, calculation, and something that might have been respect. This wasn't mindless aggression, but the cold decision of a commander sacrificing itself to damage an enemy. We tumbled from the ledge together, locked in deadly embrace. The fall seemed to happen in slow motion, the world spinning around us as we plummeted toward the ravine floor. I braced for impact, knowing survival was impossible from this height. Instead of hard stone, we crashed through branches, a forgotten detail of the ravine's geography now saving my life. A stunted pine growing from the cliff face broke our fall, branches snapping beneath our combined weight but slowing our descent enough to matter. We hit the ground hard, the creature taking the brunt of the impact. It lay beneath me, black fluid pooling from multiple wounds, chest heaving with labored breathing, those human eyes fixed on mine with undimmed intelligence despite its failing body. With its remaining strength, it reached toward me, clawed fingers tracing a symbol in the dirt mixed with our mingled fluids. The familiar circle and line, but with a new addition. A spiral working inward from the edge to the center, ending at a point that seemed to represent transformation. Its meaning eluded me, but the deliberate nature of this final communication was unmistakable. Whatever these creatures were, whatever drove their existence and their predation upon humans, it was more complex than simple hunger or territorial imperative. There was meaning here, purpose, perhaps even a warped form of belief. The leader's breathing stuttered, then stopped. Those unsettling eyes remained open, reflecting the sky above but seeing nothing. In death, some of the wrongness seemed to fade from its form, leaving something that appeared almost pitiable despite its monstrous appearance. Rescue personnel rappelled down the cliff face, securing the area and providing immediate medical attention to our injuries. Alan had survived with multiple lacerations in addition to his earlier bite wound. Kevin suffered a broken arm and concussion but would recover. My own wounds were painful but not life-threatening. As they prepared us for evacuation, I caught a final glimpse of the hollow in the distance. That hidden valley where creatures not quite animal, not quite human, had created their own civilization parallel to ours. Military personnel were already establishing a perimeter, scientists unloading equipment for what would likely be the beginning of extensive study. What happens now? I asked Collins as he supervised our evacuation. Containment? Extermination? That's above my pay grade, he replied, but his expression was troubled. The initial response will be military, definitely. But after what you've documented about their intelligence, their social structure, there will be ethical questions. Alan, strapped to a stretcher nearby, managed a weak smile despite his pain. First contact. Just not the kind anyone expected. I thought of the leader's final symbol, that spiral suggesting change or transformation. I don't think this is over. These things have been adapting, evolving alongside us for generations, learning from us. Then we'll adapt too, Collins assured me, though uncertainty shadowed his eyes. That's what humans do best. As the helicopter lifted us away from the mountains, I watched the hollow recede into distance, becoming once again just another remote valley in a vast wilderness. But I knew it would never again be simply that. Not to me, not to those who would now study its inhabitants, not to history. The creatures would be classified, analyzed, perhaps even named by science. Their origins would be debated, their behaviors documented in academic papers. But something told me they would retain their essential mystery, regardless of human efforts to understand them. Some things exist in the spaces between our understanding, in the shadows of our perception. They remind us that for all our technology, all our civilization, we are not the masters of this world but merely one expression of its possibilities. Other intelligences watch from darkness, following rules we never wrote, playing games we don't understand. And sometimes, when we venture too far from the light, they remind us what it means to be prey. I turned away from the window as the mountains disappeared behind us, facing forward toward civilization and recovery. But in my dreams, I know I'll return to that ravine again and again, to the moment when inhuman eyes met mine with terrible recognition. And I'll wonder what that final spiral symbol truly meant: warning, prophecy, or invitation. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some hunts never truly end. The letter came on a Tuesday. Official government letterhead, Department of the Interior, National Park Service. I held it in my hands, feeling the weight of possibility. After 2 years of applications, interviews, and waiting, I'd finally received an offer to become a park ranger at Whispering Pines Wilderness Area. I'd be stationed at Miss Lake Outpost, one of the most remote ranger cabins in the country. My name is Adowet Blackwood, a name that carries both my mother's Cherokee heritage and my father's English ancestry. Adowet means large tree in Cherokee, something that always seemed fitting given my connection to forests since childhood. My friends call me Ada. The position was everything I dreamed of: solitude, responsibility, and the chance to protect one of the most pristine wilderness areas in the Pacific Northwest. 3 months alone in a cabin by a lake, maintaining trails, assisting hikers, and monitoring wildlife. Perfect. My apartment in Seattle had grown claustrophobic after years working in environmental policy, endless meetings, paperwork, and fighting losing battles against development projects. I needed trees instead of towers, stars instead of streetlights. I needed to remember why I'd pursued environmental protection in the first place. "You're really going through with this?" Liam asked, leaning against my kitchen counter as I prepared dinner. My brother had always been protective, even more so since our parents died 5 years ago. 3 months in the middle of nowhere, no cell service, just you and the bears, he continued. And wolves, cougars, and moose, I added with a smile. The cabin has solar power, a radio for emergencies, and I'll have regular check-ins with headquarters. I won't be completely isolated. What about your career? You've worked so hard to get where you are. I set down the knife I'd been using to chop vegetables and turned to him. This is my career, Liam. It's what I went to school for. I'm not abandoning everything. I'm finally doing what I actually wanted to do. He nodded, not entirely convinced. Just be careful, okay? Those woods are different from the hiking trails around here. If only I'd known then how right he was. 2 weeks later, I packed my Jeep with supplies and said goodbye to city life. The drive took nearly 9 hours, the last 3 on increasingly rough mountain roads. When I finally reached the ranger station at the edge of Whispering Pines, Ranger Mike Hashimoto was waiting for me. "Ada Blackwood?" he called as I stepped out of my vehicle, stretching my stiff limbs. "That's me," I replied, shaking his outstretched hand. Mike was in his 50s, with weathered skin that spoke of decades in the wilderness. His dark hair was streaked with gray and laugh lines framed his eyes. "Welcome to Whispering Pines. How was the drive?" "Beautiful but long. Those last few miles of road were interesting," he laughed. "That's just a preview. The road to Mist Lake is even more challenging. We'll head out first thing tomorrow morning. Tonight you can bunk in our staff quarters and we'll go over some basics." That evening, Mike briefed me on my responsibilities: trail maintenance, visitor assistance, wildlife monitoring, and regular reports back to headquarters via radio. He spread a map across the table, pointing out boundaries, hiking trails, and hazard zones. "This area here," he said, circling a section of dense forest northwest of my cabin. "We've had some strange reports over the years. Probably nothing, but hikers claim they've heard unusual sounds, found odd tracks." "What kind of sounds and tracks?" I asked. Mike hesitated. "Nothing conclusive. Could be a bear or wolves. Just keep your wits about you if you're in that section." He quickly moved on to other topics, but I noticed how he deliberately avoided my question. The staff quarters were comfortable enough, but I slept fitfully. My dreams filled with shadowy forests and distant, unintelligible voices. I woke before dawn, eager to reach my new home. After a quick breakfast, we loaded Mike's heavy-duty truck with the remainder of my supplies and set out for Mist Lake. The road was barely more than a trail in some sections, winding through towering pines and along precipitous cliffs. Not many people make it out this far, Mike said as we bumped along. Maybe 20 or 30 hikers a season. Most stick to the more accessible areas. That's why I wanted this post, I replied. I've always preferred solitude. He glanced at me. There's solitude, and then there's isolation. They're not the same thing. The road ended about half a mile from the cabin. We unloaded my gear onto a small ATV trailer and made the final trek on foot, pulling the trailer behind us. Mist Lake appeared suddenly as we crested a small ridge, a perfect mirror reflecting the surrounding mountains and forest. On its north shore sat my cabin, a sturdy log structure with a wide porch overlooking the water. Smoke curled from the stone chimney. Someone's here? I asked, surprised. That'll be Kimmy, Mike replied. She's been caretaking until you arrived. As we approached, a woman emerged from the cabin. She appeared to be in her 60s with long silver hair braided down her back and deep copper skin marked with the lines of a long life outdoors. So you're the new ranger, she said, her eyes studying me carefully. I'm Kimmy Tohopka. Adawet Blackwood, I replied, extending my hand. Everyone calls me Ada. Adawet, she repeated, ignoring my offered hand. Cherokee name. Are you of the people? My mother was Cherokee, I answered. Though I didn't grow up on the reservation, she moved to Seattle before I was born. Kimmy nodded as if confirming something to herself. These woods recognize those who belong to them, she said cryptically. And they know those who don't. Mike cleared his throat. Kimmy has been keeping the cabin in order. She lives about 5 miles east of here. He turned to her. Is everything ready for Ada? The cabin is prepared, Kimmy replied. Food stored, firewood stacked, water purified? She looked at me again. But is she prepared for the cabin? For what watches from the trees? Kimmy, Mike warned, but she waved him off. She should know what she's walking into, Mike. The others didn't, and look what happened to them. My stomach tightened. What happened to who? Mike sighed. Nothing happened. The last 2 rangers requested transfers before their assignments were complete. Found the isolation difficult. That's all. Kimmy made a sound somewhere between a laugh and a snort. Is that what you tell yourself? That's enough, Mike said firmly. He turned to me, his expression conciliatory. Kimmy has some traditional beliefs about these woods, legends passed down in her tribe. The people have lived beside these woods for thousands of years, Kimmy said. We know what dwells within them. You should listen to our warnings. What warnings? I asked. But Mike was already moving toward the cabin with my supplies. Let's get you settled in, he called over his shoulder. Daylight's burning. Kimmy caught my arm as I moved to follow him. Her grip was surprisingly strong. When the forest goes silent, she whispered, don't investigate. Stay inside, lock your doors, and wait for dawn. I felt a chill despite the warm spring air. What's out there, Kimmy? Her dark eyes held mine. The old ones called it Tsiatko, the wild man of the woods. Your people call it Sasquatch, Bigfoot. But names have power, Ranger. Don't speak its name in the forest. It might hear you. Before I could respond, Mike called for me to help with the supplies. When I looked back, Kimmy was already walking away, disappearing into the trees like a ghost. The cabin was more spacious than I'd expected. A main room with a stone fireplace, small kitchen, desk area with radio equipment, and a separate bedroom. Large windows looked out over the lake, and the porch wrapped around 2 sides of the structure. Solar panels provide basic electricity, Mike explained as we organized my supplies. The radio is your lifeline. Check in every other day at minimum. If we don't hear from you for 3 consecutive check-ins, we'll send someone to investigate. He showed me the water pump, generator backup, and propane tanks for the stove and refrigerator. By late afternoon, everything was in place and Mike prepared to leave. Any questions before I go? I hesitated, then asked, what did Kimmy mean about the previous rangers? Did something happen to them? Mike's expression tightened. Like I said, they found the isolation difficult. One left after 6 weeks, the other barely made it a month. Some people aren't cut out for this kind of solitude. And what about her warnings? About whatever she thinks is in the forest? He sighed. Kimmy's family has been in these mountains for generations. They have their stories and beliefs, I respect them, but as federal employees, we deal in facts. We have bears, wolves, and cougars out here, all dangerous enough without adding mythical creatures to the mix. I nodded, not entirely satisfied with his answer. One more thing, he added, his tone becoming more serious. If hikers report anything unusual, document it and radio it in immediately. Don't investigate alone. Unusual like what? Strange sounds, damaged trees, unidentified tracks. Probably just wildlife, but better safe than sorry. He checked his watch. I need to head back before dark. You'll be okay? I'll be fine, I assured him more confidently than I felt. As Mike's footsteps faded into the forest, I stood on the cabin porch, suddenly aware of the profound silence surrounding me. No traffic noise, no human voices, no hum of electricity, just the gentle lapping of waves against the lakeshore and the occasional call of a distant bird. This was what I'd wanted. Solitude, nature, responsibility. So why did I feel a creeping sense of unease as the shadows lengthened across the lake? I shook off the feeling and went inside to prepare dinner. As darkness fell, I lit the kerosene lamps and settled in with my ranger manual and maps, familiarizing myself with my new territory. Outside, an owl hooted, marking the transition from day to night. I was marking hiking trails on my map when I first heard it. A sound unlike anything I'd ever encountered. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, somewhere between human and animal. It echoed across the lake, seeming to come from the dense forest to the northwest, exactly where Mike had circled on the map. The sound came again, longer this time, rising and falling in pitch. The hairs on my arms stood on end as it faded into silence. Whatever made that sound wasn't a wolf or bear or cougar. It wasn't any animal I recognized from my years of environmental studies. I moved to the window, peering into the darkness. The moon reflected off the lake's surface, illuminating the shoreline, but beyond that was impenetrable blackness. As I watched, the night birds fell silent and even the insects ceased their chirping. An unnatural stillness descended upon the forest. Kimmy's warning echoed in my mind. When the forest goes silent, don't investigate. Stay inside, lock your doors, and wait for dawn. I checked that the doors and windows were securely locked, added wood to the fire, and tried to focus on my maps. But my attention kept drifting to the windows and what might be watching from the darkness beyond. Welcome to Whispering Pines, I thought grimly. I had a feeling this assignment was going to be very different from what I'd expected. My first week at Mist Lake passed in a blur of activity. I hiked the nearest trails, noting areas that needed maintenance, familiarized myself with emergency protocols, and established a daily routine. Each morning, I'd wake with the sun, make coffee on the wood stove, and sit on the porch watching mist rise from the lake's surface. Each evening, I'd radio headquarters with my report, then read by firelight until sleep claimed me. I didn't hear the strange call again, and gradually the memory of it faded beneath the immediate demands of ranger life. I told myself it had been an unusual bird or perhaps a trick of acoustics as sound carried across the water. On my 8th day, I encountered my first visitors, a group of 3 hikers who'd trekked in from the main trailhead. 2 men and a woman in their 30s equipped with high-end gear and easy smiles. "G'day," called the taller man as they approached the cabin. His Australian accent was unmistakable. "You must be the ranger." "That's me," I replied, setting down the axe I'd been using to split firewood. "Ada Blackwood. Gavin Morse," he said, extending his hand. "These are my mates, Justin Taylor and Emma Wilkinson. We're doing a 2-week trek through the backcountry." Justin nodded in greeting. He was shorter than Gavin, but more solidly built, with a neatly trimmed beard and watchful eyes. Emma stepped forward with a warm smile, her brown hair pulled back in a practical braid. "We've been planning this hike for over a year," she explained. "Gavin and I came all the way from Brisbane for it. And I'm from Vancouver," Justin added. "We met at university in Australia and have been adventure buddies ever since." I invited them in for coffee and to review their planned route. As we gathered around the map spread across my table, I noticed the trail they'd marked took them directly through the northwestern section, the area Mike had circled, where I'd heard the strange call. "I'd recommend a slight detour here," I said, tracing an alternative path with my finger. "This route follows a ridge with better views and more reliable water sources." Gavin studied the map. "But that adds nearly a day to our trek. The original route looks more direct. It is, I admitted, but it's also less maintained. Parts of it may be overgrown or difficult to navigate. We're experienced hikers, Justin pointed out. We've tackled some pretty rough terrain before. I hesitated, unsure how much to share. Without concrete evidence, warnings about strange sounds or Kimmy's legends would sound absurd. There have been some reports of unusual wildlife activity in that area, I said finally. Probably just a territorial bear, but better to be cautious. Emma nodded. Makes sense to me. I'm not keen on surprising an angry bear. After some discussion, they agreed to consider the alternate route. As they prepared to continue their journey, I provided them with emergency procedures and reminded them of the radio check-in schedule. If you run into trouble, head to the nearest emergency shelter, I said, pointing out the locations on their map. There's one here about 4 miles north of where you'll be camping tonight. Thanks for the help, Ranger Ada, Gavin said as they shouldered their packs. Maybe we'll stop by on our way back out. I watched them disappear down the trail, envying their camaraderie and shared adventure. My solitude, which had felt peaceful just hours earlier, suddenly seemed lonely. That night I was awakened by the radio crackling to life. I fumbled for the receiver, still half asleep. Miss Lake Outpost, come in. This is Ranger Blackwood. Static filled the cabin, then a voice broke through, distorted and faint. Emergency, Northwest Trail. Something following us. I sat up straight, instantly alert. This is Ranger Blackwood. Please repeat your message, over. More static then. Won't let us leave, circles the camp. The voice was male, Australian. Gavin. Gavin, where are you? What's your position? Over. Not animal, too intelligent. His voice cut out, replaced by another sound that made my blood run cold. The same eerie howl I'd heard my first night, but closer, more distinct. Gavin, Justin, Emma, can you hear me? Over. Nothing but static answered me. I jumped out of bed, pulled on my clothes and boots, and gathered my emergency pack. Standard protocol was clear. In case of a distress call, alert headquarters and wait for backup. But the hikers might not have time for that. I radioed headquarters, briefly explained the situation, and told them I was going to check the emergency shelter first. If the hikers had made it there, I'd wait with them for backup. If not, I'd return to the cabin. The full moon provided enough light to navigate without a flashlight, which was fortunate. I wanted to see without being seen. The forest was eerily silent as I made my way along the trail, my footsteps muffled by pine needles. 2 hours of hard hiking brought me to the emergency shelter, a simple structure built of logs with a metal roof, designed to provide temporary refuge from weather or wildlife. The door stood partially open, swinging gently in the night breeze. Hello? I called, approaching cautiously. Gavin? Justin? Emma? It's Ranger Blackwood. No response. I pushed the door open wider, shining my flashlight inside. The beam revealed upturned backpacks, sleeping bags strewn across the floor, and a half-eaten meal abandoned on the small table. Signs of a hasty departure or something worse. A noise outside made me whirl around, heart pounding. My light caught a flash of movement at the edge of the clearing, something large disappearing into the trees. Hello? I called again, my voice shakier than I intended. Is someone there? Only the wind answered, rustling through the pines. I searched the shelter thoroughly, looking for clues to what had happened. Near the back wall, I found Gavin's satellite phone, its screen cracked. Next to it lay Emma's journal, open to her last entry from earlier that day. Day 3 of our trek. Made good time despite taking Ranger Ada's suggested detour.
Justin keeps saying he feels watched.
Thought he was being dramatic until I started feeling it too. Something in these woods doesn't want us here. Gavin says I'm imagining things, but he insisted we reach the emergency shelter before dark. Not like him to be cautious. The entry ended there. Outside the shelter, I found footprints in the soft earth. 3 sets heading north at a run, judging by their depth and spacing. They were pursued by another set of prints that made my breath catch. They were enormous, at least 16 inches long, and deeply impressed in the soil, suggesting tremendous weight. They resembled human footprints but were too large, too wide, with what appeared to be 5 toes splayed wider than any human foot I'd ever seen. I photographed the prints with my camera, including a ruler for scale, then followed the trail into the forest. The hikers' tracks showed they'd abandoned the main path, crashing through undergrowth in their haste. The larger prints followed methodically, never deviating, never hesitating. After half a mile, the trail led to a small stream. The hikers had crossed it, but beyond, their tracks became confused, circling back, splitting up, rejoining. The large prints, however, continued straight across, unfaltering in their pursuit. I was about to cross the stream myself, when a sound from behind made me freeze. A branch snapped, followed by the soft crunch of pine needles under something heavy. Slowly, I turned around. Nothing was there, but the feeling of being watched intensified. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Hello?" I called, my voice barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" A low grunt came from the darkness between two massive pines, then another, closer this time. I backed away slowly, heart hammering against my ribs. "I'm a park ranger," I said, trying to sound authoritative. "I'm here to help lost hikers." Something moved in the shadows, something tall and broad. I caught a glimpse of dark fur, a massive shoulder before it shifted back into darkness. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I remembered my wilderness training. Never run from a predator. I continued backing away, maintaining eye contact with the shadows where I'd seen movement. A powerful stench reached me, musky, primal, like wet fur mixed with decaying vegetation. The smell of something wild, something that had never known human habitation. The radio at my belt crackled suddenly, making me jump. "Ranger Blackwood, this is headquarters. Do you copy?" "Over." Before I could respond, a roar split the night, a sound of rage and challenge that seemed to shake the very air. No bear or mountain lion had ever made such a sound. It was the howl I'd heard before, but louder, angrier. I turned and ran, abandoning caution. Behind me, something crashed through the underbrush in pursuit. I could hear its breathing, heavy, rhythmic, gaining on me. The stream appeared ahead. I splashed across, scrambling up the opposite bank. A glance over my shoulder showed ripples still disturbing the water's surface, but nothing emerging from the shadows. I kept running, following the hikers' chaotic trail. Their footprints led to a rocky outcrop overlooking a steep ravine. Beyond that, the tracks disappeared. Had they climbed down, jumped, been pushed? The radio crackled again. "Ranger Blackwood, please respond. Search team en route to emergency shelter. ETA 2 hours over." I raised the radio with shaking hands. "This is Blackwood. At coordinates..." I checked my GPS. 47.8921, 121.3768. Missing hikers appear to have fled the emergency shelter. Found unusual tracks in pursuit. Request immediate assistance, over. Copy that, Blackwood. Stay at your location. Search team will find you. Over. Negative, I replied, watching the tree line behind me. Not safe here. We'll rendezvous at emergency shelter. Over. I didn't wait for a response. Whatever had been chasing me hadn't crossed the stream, but I didn't trust that barrier to hold it for long. The return journey to the shelter seemed to take an eternity. Every shadow concealed potential danger. Every sound signaled pursuit. Twice I stopped, certain I heard heavy footsteps paralleling my path through the forest. Once I saw eyes reflecting my flashlight beam, large, widely spaced, watching from behind a fallen log. When I finally reached the emergency shelter, I barricaded myself inside, pushing the heavy wooden table against the door. I checked my watch. Still an hour before the search team would arrive. As I waited, I examined the photographs I'd taken of the strange footprints. They were clear enough to show details I hadn't noticed in person. A distinctive ridge along the arch. Unusual dermal ridges unlike human fingerprints. Outside, something moved around the perimeter of the clearing. I could hear pine needles crunching under heavy feet, branches swaying as something large passed between them. It was out there, watching, waiting. The hour crawled by in tense silence. Occasionally I heard that strange grunt again, sometimes close to the shelter, sometimes further away, as if the creature was patrolling. When I finally heard human voices calling my name, the relief was so intense I nearly collapsed. "Here!" I shouted. "I'm in the shelter." 4 rangers approached, led by Mike Hashimoto. Their powerful flashlights swept the clearing as they advanced cautiously. I moved the table and opened the door. "Thank God you're here," I said, stepping outside. Something was stalking me, the same thing that chased those hikers. Mike's expression was grim. "Any sign of them?" I shook my head. Their tracks led to a ravine about a mile north of here. It looked like they might have climbed down, or... I couldn't finish the sentence. "We'll organize a proper search at first light." Mike said. Too dangerous in the dark. What exactly did you see out there, Ada? I described the footprints, the sounds, the glimpse of movement I'd caught. As I spoke, I realized how fantastic it all sounded. Like something from Kimmy's Legends rather than a ranger's report. I have photographs of the tracks, I added, showing him my camera. They're not from any animal I recognize. Mike studied the images, his face unreadable. Could be a bear walking on its hind legs, he said finally. They do that sometimes. That wasn't a bear, I insisted. I know what bear tracks look like. These were something else. He handed the camera back to me. We'll include your observations in the search report. For now, let's get you back to your cabin. You look exhausted. The other rangers began securing the shelter and preparing for the morning search. Mike took me aside, lowering his voice. Ada, I need you to be careful about how you describe what you saw tonight, especially in official reports. What do you mean? Stick to the facts. Missing hikers, abandoned gear, footprints of unidentified origin. Leave out any interpretations or speculation. I stared at him. You know what's out there, don't you? This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Mike's eyes met mine, then dropped away. I know these woods contain dangers we don't fully understand. I also know that rangers who report seeing certain things often find their careers damaged. Credibility matters in our profession, so I'm supposed to lie? No, just be selective about what goes in the official record. He glanced toward the other rangers. Let's head back. Dawn isn't far off. As we made our way through the forest, Mike walking slightly ahead of me, I wrestled with what he'd said. Was he trying to protect me or silence me? And what did he know about the creature that he wasn't sharing? The sky was beginning to lighten when we reached my cabin. The search team would rest briefly before beginning their operation at full daylight. Get some sleep if you can, Mike advised as we parted. We'll radio when we find something. Alone in my cabin, too wired to sleep despite my exhaustion, I sat at my desk and began writing everything down, every detail I could remember about the night's events. If there was something dangerous in these woods, something that had harmed 3 innocent hikers, I needed to document it, official policy be damned. As I wrote, I remembered Kimmy's warning about the Tiatko, the wild man of the woods. Her legend suddenly seemed less like superstition and more like crucial information. I needed to talk to her. She knew more about what dwelled in these forests than any ranger manual or scientific study, but that would have to wait until after the search operation. I finally lay down just as sunlight began streaming through my windows. My last thought before sleep claimed me was of those massive footprints, methodically tracking human prey through the darkness. The search for the missing hikers lasted 5 days. Teams of rangers, local search and rescue volunteers, and even cadaver dogs combed the wilderness around the emergency shelter. They found scattered gear, a backpack hanging from a tree branch, a single boot in a stream, Emma's camera smashed against rocks. Of the hikers themselves, there was no trace. I participated in the search each day, returning to my cabin each night physically exhausted but mentally restless. The official theory was that the group had become disoriented in the dark, attempted to navigate the steep ravine, and suffered a tragic accident. Their bodies, it was assumed, lay somewhere in the tangled undergrowth of the canyon floor, hidden from searchers by the dense vegetation. No one mentioned the strange footprints I'd photographed. When I brought them up during the second day of searching, Mike quickly redirected the conversation to more productive avenues of investigation. By the third day, I stopped mentioning them altogether. After the search was officially suspended, I found myself alone again. The forest seemed different now, no longer a peaceful sanctuary but a place of secrets and hidden dangers. Every snapping twig made me start. Every shadow concealed potential threats. I needed answers, and there was only one person who might provide them. Finding Kimmy proved easier than I'd expected. As I hiked east from my cabin along a faint game trail, the forest grew older, the trees more massive and widely spaced. After about an hour, I spotted smoke rising from a small clearing ahead. Her cabin was smaller than mine, built of hand-hewn logs, darkened by age. A vegetable garden grew on one side, while the other featured a rack for drying herbs and meat. Kimmy sat on a stool outside the door, weaving what appeared to be a basket from pine needles. She didn't look up as I approached. I was wondering when you'd come, she said, her fingers never pausing in their work. Took you long enough. You knew I'd visit? I knew something would drive you here eventually. The woods have a way of sending people to me when they're ready to listen. She set aside her weaving and finally looked at me.
You've seen it, haven't you?
Or at least it's handiwork. I nodded, sinking onto a log across from her. 3 hikers disappeared 5 days ago. I found footprints, like nothing I've ever seen before. And now you want answers? Yes. Kimmy studied me for a long moment, then nodded as if making a decision. Come inside. This isn't a conversation for open air. Her cabin was a single room. Its walls hung with dried plants, animal skins, and intricate weavings. A fire burned in a central stone pit, smoke rising to escape through a hole in the roof. The smell was complex. Herbs, smoke, and something else, something sharp and medicinal. Kimmy gestured for me to sit on a woven mat while she prepared tea in a blackened pot. Neither of us spoke until she had placed a steaming wooden cup in my hands. Drink, she instructed. It will clear your mind. The tea was bitter but not unpleasant, tasting of pine and some unfamiliar herb. As I sipped, warmth spread through my body and the tension I'd carried for days began to ease. What the government calls whispering pines, Kimmy began, settling across from me. My people have always known as Na'a Ilahi, the land of shadows. It is a place where the veil between worlds is thin, where things forgotten by your science still walk freely. You mean the Tsiatko? She frowned. Names have power, Ranger. I told you not to speak that word in the forest. Sorry, I said quickly. You meant the creature from your legends? Not just legends. Truth passed down through generations. She sipped her own tea. My great-grandmother saw one when she was a girl. My father encountered one while hunting. And now you have crossed its path. What exactly is it? I asked. Some kind of undiscovered primate? Kimmy made a dismissive gesture. Your categories are too small. It is older than humans in these mountains. More intelligent than the animals you study, more dangerous than the predators you track. Does it kill people? Sometimes. Sometimes it only watches. Sometimes it takes them. A chill ran through me despite the fire's warmth. Takes them where? To the hidden places. The deep caves where even light fears to go, she leaned forward. But that's not the right question, Ranger. You should ask why it takes them. All right. Why territory? The creatures have lived in these woods for thousands of years. They see humans as intruders, especially when they venture into certain areas. Like the northwest section, I murmured, remembering Mike's circled area on the map. Kimmy nodded. The place of whispers, we call it. Sacred to them. When humans enter, they react differently depending on the moon, the season, and the humans themselves. What do you mean, depending on the humans? Some people draw their attention more than others. Those who are receptive to the old energies. Those with native blood. Her eyes studied me intently. Like you. I set down my cup, suddenly uneasy. Are you saying I'm in danger because of my Cherokee heritage? I'm saying you might sense things others cannot. See things others miss. The creature may recognize this in you as it does in me. This can be both protection and peril. How is it protection? They respect those who understand the old ways. But they may also test you, challenge you. They are drawn to those who can perceive them. I thought of the sensation of being watched that had followed me since arriving. If these creatures are real, why isn't there more evidence? Bones, clear photographs, scientific documentation. They are careful, intelligent. They retrieve their dead, hide their tracks, avoid cameras. And when evidence does appear, she raised an eyebrow. Your scientific authorities dismiss it, just as they dismissed your footprint photographs. I stared at her. How did you know about those? Word travels. Even in the wilderness, she refilled my cup. But you're asking the wrong questions again, Ranger. You should ask how to stay safe from them. All right, I said, accepting the refilled cup. How do I protect myself? First, respect their territory. Avoid the northwest woods, especially around the new moon when they are most active. Second, carry protection. She reached into a pouch at her waist and withdrew a small bundle wrapped in leather. Sweetgrass and cedar bound with red thread. Leave it outside your door at night. I accepted the bundle, catching a pleasant woodsy scent. Will this really help? It marks your dwelling as protected by the old ways. They understand such symbols. She fixed me with a stern look. Third, and most important, if you hear their call, don't respond. If you see them watching, don't challenge. If they leave signs, don't disturb them. Signs? What kind of signs? Broken trees arranged in patterns. Stones stacked in certain ways. Animal remains placed near human paths. These are their messages, their warnings. I remembered the hiker's backpack hanging from the tree branch. Not random, but deliberately placed. And if I've already disturbed their signs? Kimmy's expression turned grave. Then they know you. And they will be watching to see what you do next. We sat in silence for a moment, the fire crackling between us. Why are you telling me all this? I finally asked. From what I've heard, you don't usually share these stories with outsiders. Because the balance is shifting. More disappearances this season than in many years. The creatures are growing bolder, angrier. She studied my face. And because you have the sight in you, whether you recognize it or not. You might survive what's coming. What's coming? Change. Challenge. The creatures sense something approaching. Something that threatens them even more than human hikers. They are restless, aggressive. She looked toward her cabin door as if seeing through it to the forest beyond. The last time they behaved this way was before the Great Fire of 1933. They knew it was coming long before humans saw the first smoke. I followed her gaze, half expecting to see something watching us through the windows. You think there's going to be another fire? I think there will be destruction. Whether by fire, storm, or human hand, I cannot say. After leaving Kimmy's cabin, I hiked back to Mist Lake, lost in thought. Her warnings echoed in my mind, mixing with the memory of those massive footprints in the hiker's final radio transmission. That night, despite feeling slightly foolish, I placed Kimmy's bundle outside my cabin door. Better safe than sorry, I told myself. I tried to focus on my ranger duties in the days that followed. I maintained trails, documented wildlife sightings, and filed reports that carefully omitted any mention of unexplained phenomena. But my heart wasn't in it. I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, listening for unusual sounds, examining the ground for those distinctive tracks. A week after my visit to Kimmy, I received radio notification that a researcher from the University of Washington would be arriving to conduct environmental sampling around Mist Lake. Dr. Mackenzie Fraser was a glaciologist studying climate impacts on alpine lake systems, and headquarters had granted her permits to work in the wilderness area. I welcomed the prospect of company, particularly someone with a scientific background. Perhaps discussing rational evidence-based research would help dispel the atmosphere of superstition and fear that had enveloped me since the hiker's disappearance. Dr. Fraser arrived the following day, hiking in with impressive speed despite her heavy equipment. She was perhaps 40, tall and lean, with weathered skin that spoke of years working outdoors. Her short gray-streaked hair was practical for field work, and her handshake was firm and confident. "Call me Mac," she said as I helped her unload her gear. "Everyone does." "Ada," I replied. "Welcome to Mist Lake." Mac would be camping near the shore for 3 days, taking core samples from the lake bed and surrounding soil. I offered her use of the cabin's facilities, which she gratefully accepted. That evening, as we shared dinner, Mac proved to be an engaging conversationalist, full of stories from research expeditions around the world. I found myself relaxing for the first time in weeks, laughing at her tales of academic rivalries and fieldwork mishaps. "So," she said as we cleaned up after the meal, "what's it like being out here alone? Most people would go stir-crazy after a month of isolation." I shrugged. "It's peaceful, mostly. I've always felt comfortable in the wilderness." "Mostly peaceful?" she prompted, catching my qualifier. I hesitated, unsure how much to share. "There was an incident with some missing hikers a couple weeks ago. It shook me up a bit." Mac's expression turned serious. "I heard about that at headquarters. They mentioned a search operation. No bodies found?" "No, nothing conclusive." "What do you think happened?" The question hung in the air between us. This was my chance to speak with a fellow scientist, someone who might approach the mystery with an open but rational mind. Officially, they probably got lost in the dark, tried to navigate a ravine, and had an accident, I said carefully. Unofficially, I'm not sure. Mac studied me. "But you have a theory." I took a deep breath. "I found tracks following their trail, large humanoid footprints, but not human. And I heard sounds that night, calls unlike any animal I recognize." To my surprise, Mac didn't look skeptical. "May I see the tracks?" "Did you photograph them?" I retrieved my camera and showed her the images. She examined them with professional interest, zooming in on details. "Interesting dermal ridge patterns," she murmured. "Definitely not bear. The midfoot shows a compliant arch, more like primates than plantigrade mammals. Significant hallux separation. She looked up. These are very compelling. You believe they're real? I believe they're genuine footprints from something biological, yes. Beyond that, I'd need more evidence. She handed the camera back. Have you shared these widely? No, my supervisor suggested keeping them out of official reports. Mac nodded, unsurprised. Typical bureaucratic response. Anything that doesn't fit the established categories gets quietly buried. She leaned back in her chair. I've spent my career studying glaciers, but I've encountered unexplained phenomena during fieldwork. Strange tracks in remote areas. Structures that shouldn't exist where I found them. Sounds that defy explanation. What do you think it all means? I think there are aspects of our world that remain undocumented by conventional science. Pockets of the unknown that persist despite our satellites and sensors. She smiled slightly. The absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, as they say. Her words were comforting, acknowledging the possibility of something unexplained without veering into superstition. We talked late into the night, discussing various scientific explanations for what I'd experienced. Max slept in her tent by the lake, and I retired to my cabin, feeling more grounded than I had in weeks. The rational discussion had been exactly what I needed. I was drifting off to sleep when the radio crackled. Groggily, I fumbled for the receiver. Mist Lake Outpost, this is Ranger Blackwood. Ada? Mac's voice came through, tense and low. There's something outside my tent. I sat up, instantly alert. What kind of something? Large, moving around the perimeter of my camp. I can hear it breathing. Stay put, I said, already pulling on my clothes. I'm coming down, no! The urgency in her voice stopped me. Don't leave your cabin. It's between us. I moved to the window, peering down toward the lakeshore. The moon was nearly full, illuminating Mac's small tent about 100 yards away. The surrounding area appeared empty, but shadows pooled beneath the trees. Can you see it? I asked into the radio, not clearly. Just movement in the darkness. It knocked over my equipment stand a minute ago, seems curious rather than aggressive. Her voice remained steady, the scientist in her observing despite the danger. Make loud noises, I advised. If it's a bear, that might drive it away. Not a bear, Mac replied. Wrong movement pattern. Too deliberate, The radio went silent. Mac, are you there? No response. I grabbed my rifle and flashlight, caution warring with the need to help. The memory of pursuing the missing hikers alone at night flashed through my mind. But this was different. Mac was just down by the lake, visible from my window. As I watched, the tent flap opened, and Mac emerged cautiously. She stood still, apparently scanning the darkness around her. Then she turned and looked directly up at my cabin window, raising her hand in a gesture that clearly meant, stay back. Something moved at the edge of my vision, a large shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness beneath the trees. It stood upright, towering at least 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered and massive. In the moonlight, I could make out shaggy hair or fur covering its body. Mac remained frozen as the figure approached her. It stopped about 20 feet away, its features hidden in shadow. I raised my rifle, though the distance and darkness made an accurate shot impossible. Through the scope, I watched as the creature extended one long arm, palm open, toward Mac. A gesture almost like communication? To my astonishment, Mac slowly mirrored the movement, raising her own hand. For a long moment they stood thus, human and creature, in a bizarre tableau of first contact. Then, with startling swiftness, the figure turned and loped into the forest, covering ground with unnatural speed, and disappeared into the darkness. I raced down to the lakeshore, rifle ready. Mac stood exactly where I'd seen her, still staring after the vanished figure. Are you okay? I gasped, reaching her side. She turned to me, her expression a mixture of fear and wonder. Did you see that? I saw something, I confirmed. What happened? Why did you approach it? I didn't, she said, her voice hushed. It approached me. I thought I was done for, but then it just watched me. Studied me, almost like it was curious. It made a gesture, I said. You responded. Mac nodded slowly. It felt right somehow, like the appropriate response to a greeting. I can't explain it. We retreated to my cabin where Mac accepted a stiff drink with shaking hands. The encounter had left us both rattled but also exhilarated. It was real, she kept saying. All these years of hearing stories, seeing occasional tracks, and now I've actually seen one. Did it match the descriptions? I asked him the legends. 8 to 9 feet tall, massive build, covered in dark hair or fur. Yes, it matches. She took another sip of whiskey. But the intelligence in that interaction, that's what fascinates me. It wasn't behaving like an animal. There was purpose, communication. Kimmy, a local woman with indigenous knowledge, told me they're intelligent, that they understand symbols, leave messages. Mac leaned forward, interested. What else did she tell you? I related my conversation with Kimmy, including her warnings about territory and signs. Mac listened intently, occasionally making notes in a small book she pulled from her pocket. This corresponds with reports I've heard from other indigenous sources, she said when I finished. The consistency across different tribes and regions is compelling from an anthropological perspective. You've researched this before? She looked slightly embarrassed. It's a side interest. Glaciology is my day job, but I've always been fascinated by cryptozoology, the study of animals not yet confirmed by science. Like Bigfoot, among others, yes. She closed her notebook. What happened tonight wasn't random. It was deliberate contact. The question is why? Why now? Why you? Why me? Kimmy mentioned they're becoming more active, more aggressive. She thinks they sense some coming disaster. Mac frowned thoughtfully. Interesting. Many animals can detect environmental changes before humans notice them. Earthquakes, storms, tsunamis. If these creatures have evolved in these mountains for thousands of years, they might have developed heightened sensitivity to environmental cues. You think they're warning us about something? I don't know, but I intend to find out. She looked at me with sudden intensity. Will you help me, Ada? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for documentation. I hesitated, remembering Mike's warning about career damage from pursuing such matters. What exactly are you proposing? Nothing that violates your ranger duties. Just allow me to extend my research permit for a few more days. Help me set up camera traps, record any vocalizations or signs, proper scientific documentation. It sounded reasonable, and Mac's rational approach appealed to me. This was a chance to understand what was happening in my jurisdiction, without resorting to either denial or superstition. All right, I agreed, but we proceed carefully. No unnecessary risks? Mac smiled, her enthusiasm breaking through her scientific reserve. Of course. Safety first. Neither of us slept much that night. In the morning, we formulated a research plan. Mac would modify her environmental sampling to include areas where signs or tracks had been found. We would set motion-activated cameras at strategic locations and record any unusual sounds. For 3 days, we worked methodically, establishing our monitoring network without venturing into the northwest section that Kimmy had warned against. Mac's scientific approach helped me regain my confidence in the forest, transforming fear into curiosity. On the 4th morning, we checked the cameras. Most showed nothing unusual. Deer, raccoons, the occasional bear. But one, placed along the lakeshore opposite my cabin, had captured something extraordinary. In the grainy night vision footage, a large figure stood at the water's edge, silhouetted against the lake. It was unmistakably the same creature we had seen. Tall, broad, covered in shaggy hair. As we watched, it turned and looked directly at the camera, eyes reflecting the infrared light. Then, deliberately, it reached out and adjusted the camera angle, pointing it away before disappearing from frame. It recognized the camera, Mac whispered. It understood what it was. And didn't want to be recorded, I added. That afternoon, as we hiked to check the remaining cameras, we made another discovery. Along a rarely used trail, we found a complex arrangement of broken branches, stones, and pine cones. The pattern was too deliberate to be natural. Concentric circles with lines radiating outward like a compass. A sign, I said, remembering Kimmy's words. Mac photographed it from multiple angles, then studied her compass. The lines align with cardinal directions, she noted. And look, this thicker line points northwest, toward the forbidden area. We exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing. Was this a warning to stay away or an invitation to follow? That evening, as we reviewed our findings at the cabin, the radio interrupted our discussion. It was headquarters, requesting a routine check-in. I responded, confirming all was well at Miss Lake Outpost. We've got a weather advisory for your area, Ranger Blackwood, the dispatcher said. Major storm system moving in tomorrow. High winds, heavy rain, possible lightning. Duration expected to be 3 to 4 days. Copy that, I replied. We'll prepare accordingly. We? Is someone with you? I realized my slip. Dr. Fraser, the university researcher. Her permit was extended for additional sampling. There was a pause. No extension was logged in our system, Ranger. Dr. Fraser's permit expired yesterday. I glanced at Mac, who grimaced apologetically. There must be a paperwork error, I said. I'll have Dr. Fraser contact the permit office directly. Please do. And Ranger Blackwood? Be advised that all non-emergency personnel should evacuate before the storm hits. That's a safety protocol for researchers without extended permits. The message was clear. Mac needed to leave. Today. After signing off, I turned to her with raised eyebrows. You didn't extend your permit? She had the grace to look embarrassed. I tried. They denied the extension. Said the storm was making the area unsafe for non-essential personnel. She leaned forward earnestly. But Ada, we're on the verge of something significant here. Real documentation of an undocumented species. I couldn't just walk away. I understood her scientific enthusiasm, but as a ranger I had responsibilities. You need to hike out today. The storm could trap us here for days with these creatures, I know. She grinned suddenly. Isn't that perfect? Forced proximity often leads to the best wildlife observations. This isn't a joke, Mac. If headquarters realizes you're still here during a major storm, I could face disciplinary action. Her expression sobered. You're right. I'm sorry, she sighed. I'll pack up. But I'm leaving the cameras. Promise me you'll keep monitoring them? I promise, I said, relieved she was being reasonable. And I'll share anything significant I find. Mac departed that afternoon, hiking toward the ranger station with obvious reluctance. I watched her go with mixed feelings, concern for her safety on the trail, relief at following proper protocols, but also disappointment at losing my companion and fellow investigator. The storm arrived sooner than predicted. By evening, wind was howling around the cabin and rain lashed the windows with growing intensity. I secured everything outside, made sure my emergency supplies were ready, and settled in for a long, isolating weather event. Around midnight, as the storm reached its peak, I heard it again, that distinctive howl cutting through the wind and rain. Not just one voice this time, but several, calling and responding across the darkness. They were active tonight. And from the sound of it, they were agitated. I double-checked that my doors were locked, Kimmy's bundle still hanging above the entrance. Then I extinguished my lamp and sat in darkness, listening to the storm and the creatures moving within it. Something told me this would be a very long night. The storm lasted 5 days. 5 days of howling wind, sheets of rain punctuated by sleet, and occasional lightning that illuminated the churning surface of Mist Lake. 5 days of isolation broken only by brief radio check-ins with headquarters, their signal often degraded by atmospheric interference. 5 days of unseen movement in the forest around my cabin. I caught glimpses through the windows, large shadows passing between trees, too deliberate to be bears, too large to be anything else documented in these woods. Each night I heard their calls, sometimes distant, sometimes close enough that I imagined they were on my porch. On the third night, I woke to the sound of something scratching at my door. Not the random scraping of branches blown by wind, but methodical, intentional. When I checked in the morning, I found deep grooves carved into the wood, 3 parallel lines intersected by a 4th. A symbol or just territorial marking, I couldn't tell. I radioed headquarters about storm damage, but omitted mentioning the scratches. Mike's warning about career repercussions remained fresh in my mind, especially after bending rules for Mac's research. On the 6th day, the storm finally broke. Sunlight streamed through dissipating clouds, revealing a transformed landscape. Fallen trees blocked several trails. A small landslide had altered the northeastern shoreline of the lake, and debris floated on the water's surface. My first priority was checking the condition of the emergency shelter and other ranger infrastructure. Donning my uniform and equipment, I set out to survey the damage, starting with the trails nearest the cabin. The forest felt different after the storm, renewed yet unsettled, like something fundamental had shifted. Birds were strangely silent, and I noticed no sign of the usual small mammals that should have emerged to forage after being confined by the weather. As I hiked, I discovered numerous trees broken in unnatural ways, not fallen or splintered by wind, but snapped at consistent heights, their broken tops arranged to point in the same direction, northwest. The pattern was too consistent for random storm damage. These were signs deliberately created. I followed their direction, despite Kimmy's warnings about the northwest section. My ranger duties required me to assess all areas under my jurisdiction, regardless of local superstitions. At least that's what I told myself. In truth, curiosity pulled me forward as much as duty. The trail grew fainter as I proceeded, eventually disappearing altogether. I navigated by compass, pushing through increasingly dense underbrush. The forest darkened as the trees grew closer together, their canopy blocking much of the sunlight. After an hour of difficult hiking, I emerged into an unexpected clearing. At its center stood an arrangement of stones, a rough circle perhaps 30 feet in diameter with a smaller circle inside it. The stones were large, some weighing hundreds of pounds, yet clearly positioned by intent rather than geological processes. I approached cautiously, camera ready. The stone arrangement reminded me of ancient monuments I'd seen in books, primitive but purposeful, aligned with natural features of the landscape. From the center of the circle, I noticed that gaps between certain stones framed distant mountain peaks. The ground within the circle had been cleared of vegetation, the soil packed hard by repeated use. Around the perimeter, I found more of those distinctive footprints, some fresh enough to have been made since the storm. This was a gathering place, their gathering place. As I photographed the site, the silence deepened. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. That familiar sensation of being watched intensified until the hairs on my neck stood rigid. I turned slowly, surveying the tree line surrounding the clearing. They stood in the shadows beneath the trees, dark, massive figures, partially concealed yet unmistakably present. I counted at least 5, possibly more, forming a loose semicircle around the clearing's edge. None moved. They simply watched, their eyes reflecting sunlight in brief golden flashes when they shifted position. My heart hammered against my ribs, but I fought the urge to run. Running would trigger pursuit. Every wilderness training manual emphasized this. Instead, I slowly raised my empty hand, palm outward, mimicking the gesture I'd seen exchanged between Mac and the creature by the lake. A greeting, a sign of peaceful intent. Long seconds passed. Then one figure, larger than the others, its fur graying around what I presumed was its face, stepped partially out of the shadows and returned the gesture. An acknowledgement. Communication. I remained frozen, unsure what to do next. The creatures made no move to approach or retreat. We were locked in a silent standoff, neither side willing to escalate or withdraw. A distant sound broke the tension, human voices calling my name. Ranger Blackwood. Ada, can you hear us? A search party. Headquarters must have grown concerned when I didn't respond to scheduled radio checks while surveying storm damage. The creatures reacted instantly to the human voices, melting back into the forest with surprising speed and silence for beings of their size. Within seconds, the clearing appeared empty save for me and the stone arrangement. I should have been relieved. Instead, I felt a curious disappointment, as if a rare opportunity had been interrupted. Here, I called back to the searchers. I'm in a clearing about 3 miles northwest of the cabin. 20 minutes later, 3 rangers pushed through the underbrush into the clearing, led by Mike Hashimoto. His expression shifted from relief to concern as he took in my location. Ada, he said, approaching me. Are you all right? You missed 2 check-ins. I'm fine, I assured him. Just lost track of time while surveying storm damage. I gestured to the stone arrangement. Have you seen this place before? Mike's eyes darted nervously around the clearing before returning to me. We should head back. This area isn't safe after heavy rainfall. Unstable ground. The ground seems perfectly stable, I observed. And these stones, they're deliberately arranged. Some kind of monument or meeting place. Old mining markers, probably, Mike said dismissively. This area had some prospecting activity in the 1800s. These aren't mining markers, I insisted. Look at the alignment with the mountains, the concentric circles. This is something else. The other rangers were examining the stone arrangement with obvious curiosity, but Mike cut off their exploration. We need to move out. Storm damage needs documenting closer to established trails. His tone left no room for argument. As we hiked back toward my cabin, Mike dropped back to walk beside me, lowering his voice. What were you really doing out there, Ada? Exactly what I said, surveying storm damage. I found unusual broken trees, all pointing northwest. I followed them, he sighed. You're not letting this go, are you? The footprints, the missing hikers, now this stone circle. You're connecting dots that would be better left separate. Why? I challenged. Because it doesn't fit into neat bureaucratic categories? Because it might challenge what we think we know about these woods? Because it leads nowhere good, he replied sharply. Trust me on this. I've been working these forests for 25 years. Some mysteries should remain mysteries. Is that why the previous rangers at Mist Lake requested transfers? They saw something and you convinced them to stay quiet? Mike stopped walking, allowing the other rangers to move ahead out of earshot. Listen carefully, Ada. I'm trying to protect you. Your career, yes, but also your safety. There are forces at work in these woods that don't appear in any ranger manual. You mean the creatures. You've seen them too. He was silent for a long moment, then nodded once reluctantly. 10 years ago. A glimpse, nothing more. Enough to know they're real and they're best left undisturbed. But the missing hikers entered their territory despite warnings, he finished. It's unfortunate, tragic even, but it's the risk of true wilderness. Nature doesn't always bend to human will or understanding, so we just cover it up, pretend it isn't happening. We respect boundaries, Ada, both theirs and ours. He started walking again. The northwest section will be officially closed pending landslide assessment. No unauthorized entry, not even for rangers without specific clearance. You can't just quarantine part of a national wilderness area without explanation. Watch me, he replied grimly. I've done it before. Back at my cabin, I found Mac waiting on the porch, her backpack beside her. She jumped up as we approached. Thank God, she exclaimed. I was about to organize another search party. Mike's expression darkened. Dr. Fraser, I was under the impression you had returned to the university before the storm. Mac had the good grace to look abashed. I got caught by the weather before reaching the station. Took shelter in a cave until it passed. I knew she was lying, the tight line of her mouth, the too casual way she leaned against the railing. But I said nothing. Whatever her actual whereabouts during the storm, challenging her story in front of Mike would only create more problems. Well, you're both safe, which is what matters, Mike said, though his tone suggested otherwise. Dr. Fraser, I must insist you depart immediately. The area remains hazardous after the storm. Of course, Mac agreed smoothly. I just need to collect my remaining equipment from Ranger Blackwood, and I'll be on my way. Mike instructed the other rangers to begin documenting storm damage along the main trails, then turned back to me. Headquarters at 1800 hours. Don't miss it. After they departed, Mac dropped her casual demeanor. Where were you? I came to check the cameras this morning and found your cabin empty. I could ask you the same thing. You clearly didn't spend the storm in a cave. She grinned. You caught that, huh? No, I doubled back after leaving and set up camp in that old mine shaft about a mile south. Uncomfortable but dry. Her expression turned serious. But you were in their territory, weren't you? The northwest section. I nodded, then described the stone circle and my encounter with the watching creatures. Mac listened with rapt attention, occasionally making notes. Extraordinary, she murmured when I finished. A deliberately constructed meeting ground. Evidence of cultural behavior, tool use, possibly even astronomical knowledge if the alignments are intentional. Mike's closing the entire northwest section. Says it's for landslide assessment. Convenient excuse, Mac snorted. Classic containment strategy. Can't explain it, so restrict access to it. He's seen them too, Mac, 10 years ago. He admitted it today. She looked up sharply. He actually confirmed a sighting? That's significant. Most officials deny even when they know. He wants me to drop it. Says some mysteries should remain mysteries. And what do you think? I considered the question carefully. I think knowledge is better than ignorance even when it's uncomfortable. But I also think we need to proceed with respect. This is their home. We're the intruders. Mac nodded approvingly. Exactly the right approach. She pulled a small device from her pocket. And I may have something to help with that respect. A translator of sorts. The device resembled a sophisticated digital recorder with several unusual attachments. I developed this for my work with whales, Mac explained. It analyzes acoustic patterns, identifies recurring elements that might constitute language, and can reproduce those sounds. You think you can communicate with them? Not fluently, but perhaps establish basic understanding. If they're as intelligent as they seem, they might recognize an attempt at communication. Mike would never approve this. Mike doesn't need to know. She looked at me intently. The cameras recorded multiple vocalizations during the storm. I've already begun analyzing the patterns. There's structure there, Ada. Consistent patterns that suggest meaning. The scientist in me was fascinated. The ranger in me was wary. Even if I wanted to help, and I'm not saying I do, the northwest section is now officially closed. We don't need to enter their territory, Mac countered. They're expanding their range since the storm. 2 of the cameras recorded them less than half a mile from this cabin just last night. That explained the scratching at my door. They were growing bolder, coming closer to human habitation. But why? Let me think about it, I said finally. I need to report to headquarters at 1800, and I should check the other emergency shelters first. Mac nodded, though I could see she was eager to proceed immediately. I'll catalog the vocalizations we've recorded so far. Meet me back here at sunset. After Mac departed, ostensibly heading back to the ranger station but likely returning to her hidden camp, I spent the afternoon inspecting nearby trails and structures. The storm had caused significant damage, but nothing that couldn't be repaired once maintenance teams arrived. At 1800 hours, I radioed headquarters as instructed. Mike was waiting for my call. Ranger Blackwood reporting. Area inspection complete. Multiple blocked trails and minor structural damage to North Shore Shelter. Northwest section remains inaccessible due to landslide risk. I started my day like any other, rolled out of bed, threw on my uniform and grabbed my badge. The usual routine. What I didn't know was that this would be the worst day of my life. I've been the sheriff of Montrose, Kentucky for about 12 years now. Small-town policing has its charm, domestic disputes, the occasional meth lab in some guy's backyard and breaking up high school parties. But Montrose is so quiet. Most days, I just drive around making sure everyone's lawn looks good enough to avoid a fine. That was until 1997. I still remember the date because I'd just come back from the courthouse, October 17th. The air had that crisp fall feel, leaves turning amber and gold across the mountains. The kind of perfect autumn day that makes you forget the world can be an ugly place. I had my boots up on the desk, the radio playing some old Conway Twitty when the call came in. It was Donna Mitchell, owner of a little diner by the lake, the Blue Water Cafe, a place where locals gathered for gossip, served alongside eggs and bacon. Donna wasn't prone to panic. In the 5 years I'd known her, she'd handled drunk fishermen, rowdy teenagers, and even a small kitchen fire without breaking a sweat. But today, her voice trembled. "Sheriff, we've got a situation. A woman just came in. She's hysterical. Says her fiancé went hiking yesterday and never came back." I sighed, reaching for my thermos. "Tell her to calm down. Probably just got himself lost. Happens every season." "I don't think so." Donna's voice dropped to a whisper. "She was out searching this morning and found his water bottle. Says there was blood on it. That made me sit up straight." "Blood? She sure?" "Red enough to make her scream when she saw it." "And Sheriff? There's something else. Those noises are back." My hand paused on the thermos cap. The noises had been a point of contention in town council meetings for years. Some blamed mining operations in the next county over. Others said it was just the wind playing tricks through the mountain passes. But Donna, she'd been adamant it was something else. "Donna, it's Kentucky. We got raccoons, foxes, maybe a bobcat if we're lucky." "I know what animals sound like," she snapped, her voice suddenly hard with conviction. "This is different. It's wrong." I could picture her standing there, phone cord wrapped around her finger, glancing nervously out at the pines that pressed close to the back of her diner. The forest around Montrose was old, the kind of old that seemed to watch you back. "I'll check it out," I said, already reaching for my keys. "Keep the woman there." The missing hiker's name was William Foster, Donna told me. Everyone called him Will. He was from Louisville, in town for a weekend getaway with his fiancée, Rebecca. They were staying at one of the lakeside cabins, planning their wedding for the spring. Just another city couple looking for a quaint mountain backdrop for their photos. The drive to the Blue Water Cafe took me past all the familiar landmarks of Montrose. The hardware store where Old Man Winters had been selling the same inventory since the 70s. The post office with its cracked steps and faded flag. The elementary, school where my nephew went, playground empty on a Saturday. It was all so normal. So goddamn normal. Rebecca Peters was sitting in a corner booth when I arrived, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee she wasn't drinking. Her eyes were red-rimmed, her dark hair pulled back in a ponytail that looked like it had been neat yesterday. Now wisps escaped around her face, which was pale with fear. Ms. Peters. I slid into the seat across from her. I'm the sheriff. Donna says your fiancé is missing? She nodded, pushing a cell phone across the table. We have reception at the cabin, but his phone's been off since yesterday afternoon. He said he was just going for a quick hike before dinner. 2 hours tops. And when did you start to worry? When it got dark. She swallowed hard. Will's punctual. Always has been. He wouldn't just not come back. And this morning, I went looking and found this. She placed a blue water bottle on the table. There were indeed dark stains on it, rusty brown now that they'd dried. Blood, most likely. Where exactly did you find this? About half a mile up the Old Ridge Trail. It was just lying there, off the path a bit. Her voice cracked. There were marks in the dirt, like something had been dragged. I nodded, keeping my expression neutral while something cold settled in my stomach. The Old Ridge Trail had a reputation. Nothing official, nothing you'd find in reports, but locals knew to be off that trail before sundown. I'll head up there now, I told her, pocketing the water bottle in an evidence bag. Was he carrying anything else? Backpack, camera? A small backpack, green. Had our first aid kit, some granola bars, his pocket knife. And his camera. He's a photographer. That's why we came here. The fall colors. Her voice caught. Please find him. I promised I would, though something in me already doubted the outcome would be what she hoped for. As I headed back to my cruiser, Donna caught me by the arm. You watch yourself up there, she said, her eyes serious. Whatever made those noises, I heard them again last night. Went on for hours. What do they sound like? I asked, curious despite myself. She thought for a moment. Like something big moving through the trees, but not. Natural, not like an animal. More deliberate. She shivered, and sometimes it sounds almost like words. I nodded, not wanting to dismiss her, but not ready to believe in monsters either. I'll keep my radio on. Call if Rebecca remembers anything else. The drive to the trailhead took 15 minutes, winding up through pine forest that grew thicker and darker the higher I went. I parked by the weathered sign that said Old Ridge Trail, 2 miles to summit. There were no other cars in the small gravel lot, just mine and the endless wall of trees. I grabbed my flashlight even though it was barely noon. The trail ahead disappeared into shadow quickly, the forest canopy so thick that sunlight only reached the ground in scattered patches. I checked my gun too, making sure it was loaded. Standard procedure, I told myself, ignoring the prickle of unease at the back of my neck. The trail started off innocently enough. Packed dirt, occasional stone steps where the path steepened, the usual markers nailed to trees. But as I walked, I noticed the silence creeping in. The woods around Montrose were usually alive with sound. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, the constant background rustle of small creatures going about their business. But here, nothing. Just the crunch of my boots and my own breathing, growing more deliberate as I pushed deeper into the woods. About 20 minutes up the trail, I reached the spot Rebecca must have described. The path widened slightly, opening into a small rest area with a fallen log serving as a bench. Scattered around were signs of a brief stop, a granola bar wrapper caught in the underbrush, an impression in the pine needles where someone might have sat. And there, just as she'd said, signs of disturbance off the main trail. I crouched down, examining the forest floor. The pine needles and leaves were scraped away in a long, continuous path leading deeper into the trees. In places, dark stains splattered the foliage. More blood. I straightened up, unholstering my gun. 12 years of law enforcement, and I'd drawn my weapon maybe a dozen times, usually just as a precaution. But something about this scene made the hair on my arm stand up. This wasn't a lost hiker or a twisted ankle. This was something else. I followed the drag marks, pushing through underbrush that grew thicker as I moved away from the trail. The blood splatter increased, no longer just drops but smears, as if something bleeding heavily had been pulled through the forest. I used my radio to call in my position and the situation, but got only static in return. The mountains around Montrose were notorious for dead zones. The silence pressed in around me, unnaturally complete. No wind through the trees, no insects buzzing, nothing. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting. That's when I noticed the smell. At first, just the usual forest scents: pine sap, damp earth, decaying leaves. But underneath, something sickly sweet and metallic. The unmistakable smell of fresh blood and opened flesh. The drag marks led me to a small clearing, where the trees parted just enough to let weak sunlight filter down. And there, in that hollow space between ancient trees, I found what was left of Will Foster. He was lying face down, his limbs twisted at angles that human joints weren't meant to bend. His green backpack was still strapped to his back, but it had been torn open. The contents scattered: a first aid kit ripped apart, energy bar wrappers, a shattered camera lens reflecting pinpoints of light. But it wasn't the disarray that made me stop cold. It was the wounds. 4 deep parallel gashes ran down his back, from his shoulder blades to his hips, slicing through his hiking jacket, the shirt beneath, and deep into the flesh. The cuts were clean, precise, not the ragged tears of an animal attack, but something almost surgical. The edges of the wounds weren't jagged, but smooth, as if whatever had made them had blades rather than claws. I'd seen bear attacks before. I'd seen what mountain lions could do. This was neither. Bears maul, they tear, they crush. Mountain lions go for the throat, the back of the neck. This was methodical, deliberate. I crouched beside the body, careful not to disturb the scene more than necessary. Will's head was turned to the side, one eye open, staring blindly at the forest floor. In death, his face was frozen in an expression of pure terror. Not just pain, but the kind of fear that comes from seeing something your mind refuses to process. As I examined the body, I noticed something else strange. Despite the severity of the wounds, there was less blood than there should have been. Yes, the forest floor was stained dark beneath him, but not enough for wounds this catastrophic. It was as if he'd been killed elsewhere and brought here, or as if something had... I stopped that thought before it could fully form, but a chill ran down my spine anyway. I reached for my radio again, ready to call this in as a homicide, when I heard it. A low rumbling noise from somewhere behind me. Not quite a growl, not quite a purr, but something in between. It reminded me of the sound a mountain makes before an avalanche, a deep subsonic vibration you feel more than hear. Slowly I turned, my hand tightening on my gun. At first, I saw nothing. Just trees and shadows, but then a shadow moved, detached itself from the others, took shape. At the edge of the clearing, partially hidden by the trunk of a massive pine, stood something. My first confused thought was that it was a man in some kind of costume, but as my eyes adjusted, I realized no human could move like that, could be shaped like that. It was hunched forward, its back curved in a way that should have been anatomically impossible. Its limbs were wrong, too long, too jointed, like a spider's legs stretched and covered with leathery skin. It had a head broad and flat like a hammer, but where its face should have been, there was only a suggestion of features, indentations rather than eyes, a slash rather than a mouth. We stared at each other across the clearing. I couldn't see its eyes, but I knew it was watching me, studying me. There was intelligence in its stillness, a predatory patience that made my finger tremble on the trigger of my gun. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at me to turn and sprint back down the trail. But I knew, somehow I knew, that it would be on me before I'd gone 10 steps. The thing shifted its weight, wood cracking beneath what passed for its feet. It moved with a fluid grace that nothing so twisted should have possessed, and then it made that sound again, that rumbling that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating in my chest like bass notes too deep to properly hear. My mouth was dry. "What do you want?" I called out, immediately regretting making any noise at all. The thing's head tilted, like a dog trying to understand human speech. Then it moved forward, one deliberate step at a time, emerging fully from the tree line. In the weak sunlight I could see it better, though part of me wished I couldn't. Its skin wasn't just leathery but almost bark-like, with ridges and furrows like an ancient tree. It stood at least 7 feet tall when upright, though it preferred to hunch, bringing its head down to the level of my chest. Its arms, if you could call them that, hung nearly to the ground, ending in hands with too many joints, too many fingers, each tipped with what looked more like bone than claw. I raised my gun, aiming at what I hoped was a vital area, though I had no idea if this thing even had organs arranged like a normal creature. "Stay back," I warned, my voice steadier than I felt. It paused, that strange head tilting the other way. Then, without warning, it charged. I fired 3 times. The shots cracked through the silence of the forest like thunder. I might have hit it. There was a spray of something dark where one bullet connected, but it didn't slow. It crossed the clearing in 3 bounding strides, moving with a speed that nothing that size should have possessed. I dove to the side, rolling through pine needles and leaves as it rushed past me. The thing skidded, tearing up earth as it turned, those long limbs splaying out for balance. It reared up to its full height, and I swear I heard bones popping and joints cracking as it reconfigured itself for another charge. I scrambled backward, my back hitting a tree trunk. Nowhere left to go. The creature advanced more slowly now, almost savoring the moment. I raised my gun again, knowing it was useless but unwilling to die without a fight. And then came the blast of a shotgun, so close and so loud it left my ears ringing. The creature jerked, a chunk of its shoulder disappearing in a spray of dark matter. It made a sound then. Not a scream, not a roar, but a deep guttural grunt that seemed to come from some ancient place. Then it bolted, moving in a blur of limbs and shadow, disappearing into the trees faster than my eyes could track it. I spun around, looking for my savior, gun still raised. "You can put that down, son. It's gone for now." An old man stood at the edge of the clearing, a shotgun cradled in his arms like an old friend. He was tall and rail-thin, with a face weathered by decades in the sun. A gray beard reached halfway down his chest, and beneath a battered cap, sharp blue eyes regarded me with a mixture of concern and what looked like resignation. "Roy," I gasped, recognizing the old groundskeeper who maintained the cabins around the lake. "What the hell was that thing?" Roy Simmons spat tobacco juice onto the forest floor, then slowly lowered his shotgun. "Been here longer than any of us," he said, his voice gravelly from years of smoke and whiskey. "Longer than the town, probably." "That doesn't answer my question," I said, finally lowering my own weapon, though my hand was shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. "Not sure anyone has a proper answer," Roy replied, moving forward to stand beside Will's body. He looked down at the corpse with an expression that spoke of unwelcome familiarity. "Not sure what to call it. But it ain't just an animal. It's smarter, hunts like a predator but doesn't eat like one." I blinked, trying to process this. "Doesn't eat? Then why—" "It kills," Roy said simply, still looking at the mangled body. "It kills and leaves the bodies. Just like this one." He nudged the corpse with the toe of his boot. "Always the same marks. Always the same look in their eyes. How long have you known about this thing?" I asked Roy, my mind still struggling to process what I'd just seen. Roy sighed, suddenly looking every one of his 70-plus years. "Known about it since I was a boy. My grandfather used to warn us, stay off the mountain after dark. Don't go wandering alone." He gazed off into the trees where the creature had disappeared. Back then it was just stories, things to scare kids straight. But then in '73 a family went camping up near Blackwater Falls. Parents and 2 kids. He shook his head. "Found 'em just like this one. State police said it was a bear, case closed." My radio crackled to life, making us both jump. "Dispatch asking for an update." I keyed the mic, hesitated, then reported finding the missing hiker, apparent animal attack, requesting state police and the county coroner. I didn't mention Roy, didn't mention what I'd seen. I wasn't ready to put that in an official report. "Why haven't you told anyone?" I asked Roy when I'd signed off. "People are dying." "Told plenty," he shrugged. "Sheriff before you, mayor, Forest Service. Nobody believes in old drunk spinning monster stories." He spat again. "Besides, it don't come out much. Maybe once every few years. Takes someone, then goes back to wherever it hides. And what? We just accept that? Let tourists wander up here to get slaughtered?" Roy's eyes hardened. "What would you have me do? Hunt it? I've tried. So did my father before me. That thing." He gestured with his shotgun toward the forest. "It knows these woods better than any man alive. And it's smarter than it looks. Watches, waits, learns. I looked down at Will Foster's body, at the precision of those awful cuts. What is it? Some kind of mutated animal? Roy laughed, a harsh sound with no humor in it. Ain't no animal. Animals kill for food, for territory. This thing, it kills because it wants to, because it can. We stood in silence for a moment, the weight of his words settling around us like the unnatural quiet of the forest. We need to get the body back to town, I finally said, and I need to tell his fiancée. Roy nodded. I'll help you carry him. Ain't right to drag him back like the thing did. It took us nearly an hour to get Will's body back to the trailhead. We fashioned a crude stretcher from fallen branches and Roy's hunting jacket, working in near silence. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees, jumping at every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves. But the forest remained quiet, as if the thing had never been there at all. As we loaded the body into the back of my cruiser, Roy put a hand on my arm. Listen, he said, his voice low. This ain't going in no official report, is it? I hesitated. I have to report something, Roy. A man is dead. Sure, animal attack. Mountain lion, maybe. But not that thing. Town don't need that kind of attention. And who'd believe you anyway? His blue eyes held mine. You saw what happened when it got shot. Barely slowed it down. You start telling people about monsters in the woods, they'll either think you're crazy, or they'll come looking with hunting rifles and get themselves killed. He had a point. What would I even say? That I saw some kind of impossible creature that shouldn't exist? That an old mountain man saved me with a well-timed shotgun blast? I'd be laughed out of law enforcement, best case scenario. Worst case, I'd trigger a panic or a monster hunting frenzy that would only lead to more deaths. I'll keep it simple, I agreed reluctantly. But Roy, we can't just ignore this. What if it comes back? What if it comes closer to town next time? Roy's face grew solemn. It won't. Not for a while anyway. It's got patterns. Takes someone, then disappears for months, sometimes years. Like it needs to, I don't know, digest or something, though it don't eat what it kills. How many? How many people has it taken that you know of? He thought for a moment. Since I've been alive? Maybe a dozen. Not all reported. Hunters, hikers, couple of locals who should have known better. He looked away. My brother, back in '84, went hunting alone against my warnings. Found pieces of him scattered across half a mile of ridgeline. I didn't know what to say to that. I'm sorry. Seemed woefully inadequate. Just watch yourself, Roy said, stepping back from the cruiser. And maybe put up some signs. Close that trail for a while. Say there's been bear sightings. I nodded, climbing into the driver's seat. Where can I find you? If I have more questions, cabin 8 down by the lake. The old caretaker's place. He tapped the roof of my car. Be careful what you put in that report, Sheriff. Some things, once they're written down, take on a life of their own. I drove back to town with Will Foster's body in my back seat. The air conditioning cranked to full blast, despite the autumn chill. The smell of blood and something else, something wrong, filled the car. I rolled down the windows, but it didn't help. Rebecca was still at the diner when I pulled up, Donna sitting beside her, both women jumping to their feet as I entered. One look at my face told them everything they needed to know. No, Rebecca whispered, collapsing back into the booth. No, no, no. I sat across from her, removing my hat. I'm so sorry, Ms. Peters. We found Will up on the trail. There's been some kind of animal attack. Animal? Donna's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks that way, I said, not meeting her gaze. I've called the state police and the coroner. They'll need to examine him. Do an autopsy. Rebecca was sobbing now, her shoulders shaking. He was just going for a walk. Just a short walk before dinner. I reached across the table, touching her hand gently. Did Will mention seeing anything unusual yesterday? Any animals? Did he say anything about noises in the woods? She shook her head, wiping at her tears. No, nothing. He was excited about the view from the ridge. Said the light would be perfect for photos at sunset. Her voice broke. I should have gone with him. No, I said firmly. You shouldn't have. Whatever happened to Will, it happened fast. There's nothing you could have done, except become another victim. I thought but didn't say. I stayed with her until the state police arrived. 2 troopers who took my statement with professional detachment. I kept it simple, just as I'd promised Roy. Missing hiker, signs of an animal attack, body recovered. I mentioned nothing about the strange precision of the wounds, nothing about the creature I'd seen, nothing about Roy Simmons and his shotgun. The lead investigator, a sergeant named Harmon, pulled me aside as they were loading Will's body into their vehicle. "What kind of animal are we talking about here, Sheriff? Bear? Cougar?" I hesitated. "Not sure. The wounds were unusual." Harmon raised an eyebrow. "Unusual how?" "4 parallel cuts, deep, clean," I demonstrated with my fingers. "Like this," he frowned. "Mountain lion could do that. They've got 4 main claws, though it's odd one would attack an adult male unprovoked." "That's what I thought," I said, relieved he'd supplied a rational explanation. "We'll know more after the autopsy," Harmon continued. "You closing the trail?" "Already called the Forest Service. They're putting up notices tomorrow. Bear danger." Harmon nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good call. Last thing we need is more tourists getting themselves killed out here." As the state police drove away with Will's body, I found myself standing alone in the diner parking lot, the sun beginning to set behind the mountains. The forest loomed dark and impenetrable beyond the town limits, shadows deepening among the trees. I wondered if it was watching, if it could see me from up there, if it was already selecting its next victim. The next few days passed in a blur of paperwork and phone calls. Rebecca Peters returned to Louisville with the grim task of planning a funeral instead of a wedding. The state police finished their investigation, ruling Will Foster's death an animal attack, most likely a mountain lion, though they admitted the wounds were atypical. The case was closed, filed away, another tragic accident in the wilderness, but I couldn't let it go. At night, I dreamed of that thing in the forest, its impossible limbs, its eyeless face, the way it moved, too fast, too fluid for something so large. In my dreams, Roy's shotgun never fired, and I felt those bone claws slice through my back just as they had through Will's. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, reaching for my gun on the nightstand. During the day, I found myself driving up to the trailhead repeatedly, parking at the newly installed "Trail Closed, Dangerous Wildlife" sign, and just sitting there staring into the trees. I never went back up the path. Something told me the creature wouldn't appear again so soon, but I watched, and I listened. The forest remained silent. A week after finding Will's body, I finally worked up the courage to visit Roy Simmons. His cabin sat at the far end of the lakeside resort, separated from the tourist accommodations by a stand of pines. It was an old place, logs darkened by age and weather, a stone chimney sending a thin plume of smoke into the clear autumn sky. Roy was sitting on the porch when I pulled up, as if he'd been expecting me. A shotgun, perhaps the same one that had saved my life, leaned against the wall beside his rocking chair. "Figured you'd be by eventually," he said as I approached, not bothering to stand. "Got coffee on if you want some." I sat in the empty chair beside him, looking out over the still waters of the lake. "I need to know more, Roy, about that thing." Roy sighed, reaching for a tin of tobacco on the small table between us. "Not much more to tell that I haven't already. It's been here a long time, kills when it wants to, can't be caught. Can't be killed far as I know. Have you ever tried? Besides shooting at it, I mean," he snorted. "Course I have. Set traps all over these mountains when I was younger, after what happened to my brother." He spat over the porch railing. "Never caught nothing but the occasional coyote. It's too smart for simple snares. And I had crazy ideas once. Electricity, poison, even tried to burn out a cave system I thought it might be using." He shook his head. "Nothing worked. And eventually I got too old to keep trying." I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. "What about the state authorities? Fish and wildlife? Hasn't anyone ever investigated?" Like I said, I tried telling folks. Back in the 80s, after my brother, I went to the Forest Service. They sent 2 rangers up to look around. Never found a thing, of course. He paused, tamping tobacco into his pipe. One of them came back a month later on his own. Scientist type, real interested in what I'd described. Spent a week up in those woods with all kinds of equipment, recording devices, cameras, the works. And Roy struck a match, the flare momentarily illuminating the deep lines of his face. "They found him in pieces across Blackwater Ridge. Official report said he fell, animals got to the body. But I saw him before they cleaned it up. Same marks, same cuts." We sat in silence for a while, the only sounds the gentle lapping of lake water against the shore and the rhythmic creak of Roy's rocking chair. "The townspeople," I finally said. "Do they know? Is that why no locals use that trail?" Roy puffed on his pipe before answering. "Some know. The older folks. They've heard the stories, seen the pattern over the years. They keep their kids close, especially when there's been a killing. But most don't believe, not really. They just think the mountains can be dangerous, which ain't wrong. He glanced at me. They'll forget in time. Start using the trail again, until the next one. And we just accept that? People dying every few years? What would you have us do? Evacuate the town? Burn down the forest? That thing's been here longer than us, Sheriff. It'll be here long after we're gone. His eyes, reflecting the setting sun, looked almost yellow. Nature's got teeth and claws we've forgotten about. Sitting in our houses with our guns and our lights, we think we've conquered the wild. But there's things out there that remind us we haven't. I couldn't accept that. Couldn't accept that we were powerless against this thing, whatever it was. There has to be a way to stop it. Everything can be killed. Roy studied me for a long moment. Maybe. But not by you, not by me, and not by any hunting party you might think to organize. He tapped his pipe against the porch rail. My grandfather used to say it was a spirit. A forest demon from the old country, brought over when settlers came. My father thought it might be something left over from prehistoric times, hiding in the deep caves under the mountains. Me? He shrugged.
I don't much care what it is anymore.
I just know it's here and it kills and it can't be stopped. I left Roy's cabin as darkness fell, more frustrated than when I'd arrived. His resignation, his acceptance of the creature as some immutable fact of life, bothered me more than I wanted to admit. The drive back into town took me past the Blue Water Cafe, its windows glowing warmly in the growing darkness. On impulse, I pulled in, suddenly craving coffee and human connection to chase away the chill Roy's words had left. Donna was behind the counter, wiping down surfaces in preparation for closing. She looked up as the bell over the door announced my arrival, her expression unreadable. "Sheriff," she said, her tone neutral. "Coffee or something stronger? You look like you could use it." I sat at the counter, removing my hat. "Coffee's fine, thanks." She poured me a cup, then leaned on the counter opposite me, arms folded. "You've been up to Roy's place, it wasn't a question." In a town the size of Montrose, everyone knew everyone's business. I nodded. "He tell you about the thing in the woods?" she asked, her voice low, despite us being the only ones in the diner. I looked up sharply. "You know about it?" Donna's face was grim. "My grandmother used to call it the woodwalker. Said it walked on two legs sometimes, four others, always watching from the trees." She shivered slightly. "I saw it once when I was a girl, just for a second at the edge of our property. Thought it was a man at first, standing too still. Then it wasn't. Why didn't you say anything? When I came to investigate Will's disappearance, she gave me a look that suggested I was being naive. Would you have believed me? Or would you have thought I was a hysterical woman, seeing things that weren't there?" She had a point. Before seeing it myself, I would have dismissed any talk of monsters as superstition or imagination. "The noises you mentioned," I said. "That's the thing?" Donna nodded. "It makes that sound before it hunts, like a warning, or a challenge." She poured herself a cup of coffee, adding a generous splash from a bottle kept under the counter. "After all these years, I still can't decide if it's intelligent, really intelligent, I mean, or just instinctual. Whether it kills because it's natural to it, like a wolf hunting deer, or because or enjoys it. Roy thinks it's been here longer than the town. Longer than people, maybe," Donna agreed. "My grandmother's people, Cherokee, they had stories. Said it was old when the first tribes came to these mountains." She sipped her coffee, said it was a lesson about respecting the wild places, that some parts of the forest weren't meant for humans. I rubbed my face, suddenly exhausted. "So what do we do? Just accept that occasionally it takes someone? Just close trails and put up warning signs and hope for the best?" Donna's expression softened. "It's what we've always done. What choice do we have? We could warn people, really warn them. Not just about bears or mountain lions, but about what's really up there." She laughed, though there was no humor in it. "And say what? Welcome to Montrose, home of a prehistoric monster that occasionally dismembers hikers? Tourism is half our economy, Sheriff. The lake, the mountains, the unspoiled wilderness. That's what keeps this town alive. Even if it costs lives?" Her eyes hardened. "Life costs lives, Sheriff. Every town has its price. Coastal towns have hurricanes. Farm communities have tornadoes. Mining towns have cave-ins. We have that thing. Once every few years, it takes someone, usually an outsider who doesn't know better than to stay on marked trails and be back before dark. I stared into my coffee, finding no answers in its black depths. And the locals? Do they all know to stay away? The smart ones do, she said quietly. The ones who listen to the old stories, who pay attention when the forest goes quiet. She refilled my cup without asking. You've seen it now. You're one of us, one of the ones who knows. So you'll stay off that mountain when the noises start. You'll warn who you can without starting a panic. And you'll learn to live with it, just like the rest of us have. I left the diner feeling no better than when I'd entered. The town was quiet as I drove through. Most businesses closed for the night, a few locals walking dogs or sitting on porches enjoying the mild evening. Normal, peaceful, as if there wasn't something monstrous living in the hills above them. But now I noticed things I hadn't before. The way people glanced up at the mountains as the sun set, the subtle hurrying of steps as darkness fell. The porch lights left burning all night, not just for convenience but as sentinels against the dark. Montrose knew. Maybe not every resident, maybe not consciously, but the town itself, it remembered. It adapted. It survived. The question was, could I? The state police finished their investigation by the end of October. Will Foster's death was officially ruled an animal attack, likely a mountain lion, though the autopsy report noted some anomalies in the wound pattern. The case was closed, the paperwork filed, life in Montrose returned to its quiet routine. On the surface, anyway. I found myself changed by what I'd seen. I carried my service weapon even off duty now. I installed extra lights around my small house at the edge of town. I kept my blinds closed at night, unable to shake the feeling of being watched from the darkness beyond. Winter came early that year, snow falling in thick blankets across the mountains by mid-November. The tourists thinned out, the lakeside cabins emptied, and the town settled into its off-season quiet. I should have felt safer. The creature, whatever it was, hadn't been seen since the incident with Will. Roy assured me it typically went dormant during the coldest months, perhaps hibernating like a bear. But I couldn't relax, couldn't forget. I spent my free time researching, digging through old newspaper archives, county records, anything that might give me more information about the thing in the woods. I found scattered reports going back decades, mysterious disappearances, unusual animal attacks, bodies found with strange wounds. Never enough to establish a pattern unless you already knew what to look for, but once you did, it was unmistakable. The thing had been killing for generations. January brought a particularly brutal cold snap, temperatures dropping below zero for a week straight. The lake froze solid, the forest paths disappeared under deep drifts, and the town huddled around fireplaces and space heaters, waiting for the worst to pass. I was at the station, finishing reports on a minor fender bender, when my deputy, Mark, stuck his head in. "Got a weird call," he said, frowning. "Some kids ice fishing on the lake say they found something frozen in the ice. Something big." I looked up sharply. "Animal?" Mark hesitated. "Not sure. Kid who called was pretty freaked out. Said it didn't look like any animal he'd ever seen." My heart rate kicked up. "Where on the lake?" "Far side, near the old boat launch. Want me to check it out?" "No," I said, perhaps too quickly. "I'll handle it. You stay here, man the phones." 20 minutes later, I was standing on the frozen surface of Lake Montrose, the wind cutting through my heavy coat like a knife. 3 teenagers huddled nearby, stamping their feet to stay warm, their ice fishing gear abandoned. "Over there," the oldest boy said, pointing to a dark spot in the ice about 50 yards away. We were drilling holes, and Jimmy here noticed it under the ice. Thought it was a deer at first, but I nodded, already moving toward the spot, the ice creaking beneath my boots. "You boys stay back. Could be dangerous." As I approached, the shape beneath the ice became clearer. It was large, easily the size of a bear, but the proportions were all wrong. I knelt down, brushing away a thin layer of snow to get a better look, and there it was. The thing from the forest, perfectly preserved in the clear ice of the lake. It was curled in on itself, those long limbs wrapped around its body like a spider in death. Its leathery skin was a mottled gray-brown, textured like tree bark but with an almost metallic sheen. Its head was tucked down, but I could make out that broad, flat shape, those suggestions of features that weren't quite a face. And for the first time I could see what passed for its eyes. Not eyes at all, but dark sunken hollows that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. I jerked back, nearly losing my balance on the slick surface. It was dead. It had to be. Frozen solid in the ice. Maybe for decades. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching me, even now. That those lightless pits were tracking my movements. "What is it?" one of the boys called from a safe distance. "Nothing," I called back, standing up. "Just a weirdly shaped log. Ice playing tricks on you." The boys clearly didn't believe me, but they weren't eager to come closer either. I shooed them back to shore, telling them the ice wasn't safe here, that they should find another spot to fish. As soon as they were gone, I pulled out my phone and called Roy. He arrived 30 minutes later, moving slowly across the ice, his ancient pickup parked haphazardly at the boat launch. He didn't speak as he approached, just knelt beside me and stared down at the thing trapped beneath our feet. "Well, I'll be damned," he finally said, his breath clouding in the frigid air. "Never thought I'd see it like this. Is it dead?" I asked. Roy studied the frozen figure. "Hard to say. Could be. Could be just waiting." He tapped the ice with his knuckle. "Ice is what, 1.5 feet thick? That thing's got to be 10, 15 feet down. How did it get there?" "It was in the forest when we saw it. Miles from the lake," Roy shrugged. "Maybe there's more than one. Maybe it moves around in ways we don't understand. Or maybe," he trailed off, eyes narrowing, "maybe this is an old one. Been here for years. Decades even." I looked at him sharply. "You think there could be more than one?" "Never seen two at once," he admitted. "But I've wondered. The pattern of killing sometimes doesn't make sense for just one creature. Sometimes they happen too close together in places too far apart." He spat on the ice. "Or maybe it just moves faster than we think possible." We stood in silence for a long moment, the wind whistling across the frozen lake. "What do we do?" I finally asked. "We could try to cut it out, study it. Or destroy it," Roy laughed harshly. "With what? Chainsaws? Dynamite? You really want to mess with that thing, even if it is dead?" He shook his head. "Besides, look at the ice around it." I hadn't noticed before, but now I saw what he meant. The ice directly surrounding the creature was different. Darker, almost black in places, with spiderweb cracks radiating outward. "It's melting through," I whispered. "Even frozen, it's affecting the ice." Roy nodded grimly. "Best leave it be. Spring thaw will come soon enough. Either it'll sink to the bottom or..." He didn't need to finish, or it would be free again. "We can't just let it go," I argued. "If it's trapped, this is our chance. We have to do something." Roy gave me a long look. "You really think anything we do would make a difference? That thing survived who knows how long in these mountains. You think a bullet or a bomb or whatever else you're imagining would stop it?" He turned away. "Leave it be, Sheriff. Some things you just have to accept." But I couldn't accept it. Not after seeing Will Foster's mangled body. Not after learning how many others had died the same way. After Roy left, I stood on the ice for nearly an hour, staring down at the frozen creature, trying to formulate a plan. I could bring explosives. The county had some for clearing rock slides. I could organize a team, cut through the ice, haul the thing out before it thawed, but what then? Where would I take it? Who would I call? And what if Roy was right? What if trying to move it just woke it up? In the end, I did nothing. I roped off the area, posted signs warning of thin ice, and kept the location to myself. I told myself I was being cautious, responsible. But the truth was, I was afraid. Afraid of the thing beneath the ice, yes, but also afraid of what would happen if I brought it to light. If I forced my town to confront the monster it had been ignoring for generations. February passed. March arrived with warming temperatures and the first hints of spring. The ice on the lake began to thin, patches of open water appearing near the shore. I checked the spot daily, watching as the creature became more visible as the ice cleared, then less visible as the water darkened. By early April, the ice was gone completely. The lake's surface a sheet of cold, dark water that revealed nothing of what might lurk below. I kept waiting for reports. A sighting in the forest. Another attack. Something to indicate the thing was active again, but nothing came. The spring tourist season began, hikers and fishermen returning to Montrose, cabins filling up, the Blue Water Cafe bustling with activity. Life returned to normal, or what passed for normal in a town with a secret like ours. April 15th marked my 12-year anniversary as sheriff of Montrose. I'd planned to celebrate with a quiet dinner, maybe a drink at the town's only bar. Instead, I found myself sitting in my cruiser at the Old Ridge trailhead, staring up at the path where I'd found Will Foster's body. The trail closed signs had been removed the week before, the Forest Service deeming the danger past. Fresh footprints marked the dirt, new hikers already exploring the trail despite its history. They didn't know, couldn't know, and those who did know had chosen silence. As I sat there, Donna's words from months ago echoed in my mind. Every town has its price. Was this Montrose's? A sacrifice every few years to something ancient and unknowable? A pact of silence to protect the town's economy, its very existence? Could I be part of that? Could I stay here, knowing what I knew? Waiting for the next victim? I put in my resignation the next day, told the mayor it was time for a change, that 12 years was enough for any sheriff. He accepted without much question, already talking about who might replace me. I sold my house, packed what little I wanted to keep, and left Montrose 2 weeks later. Found an apartment in Cincinnati, then a job in security at an office building. Nothing exciting, nothing dangerous. Just normal people with normal problems. No forests, no mountains, no creatures watching from the shadows. But even now, years later, I think about Montrose, about the thing in the woods. I check the local news online sometimes, scanning for reports of missing hikers or unusual animal attacks. There have been a few. Not many, but enough to make me wonder if it's still there. Still hunting. Last fall there was a brief article about a tourist who'd gone missing on the Old Ridge Trail. The report said search parties found nothing, that the man had likely gotten lost, fallen in rough terrain. The local sheriff, my replacement, was quoted saying the mountains could be dangerous for the unprepared. I read between the lines, saw what wasn't being said. Sometimes I think about going back, about organizing a real hunt, with enough men and enough firepower to finally end whatever lives in those woods. But then I remember the way it moved, the unnatural speed and strength it possessed. I remember Roy's words about it being older than the town, perhaps older than human settlement in the area. And I wonder if some things truly can't be stopped. If some predators are simply part of the natural order, a reminder that for all our civilization, for all our technology and weapons, we are still, in some places, merely prey. I dream about it sometimes. Those nights I wake up sweating, convinced I can hear that low rumbling sound outside my window, that subsonic vibration that feels like a distant avalanche, but it's just city noise, traffic, construction, normal things. I tell myself that, anyway, because the alternative, that it followed me, that it's here, watching and waiting, is too terrible to contemplate. So I keep my doors locked, my blinds drawn. I avoid parks after dark, wooded areas when I'm alone. Small precautions, probably unnecessary. Paranoia left over from my time in Montrose. But sometimes when the wind blows just right, I swear I can hear it. That rumbling, that warning. And I wonder if anyone truly escapes the thing in the woods.